Hi, my name's Bob Grinier, and I'm a volunteer with the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. So thank you for joining me this evening, the 18th of September 2022, when we will be discussing Oday, magnets and mushrooms. So if people can give me a sound check and check things are okay. I'm sorry for the delay this evening. I wanted to make sure it started and worked first time. Anyway, so what are you looking at here on the screen? Well, I shall show you. This is a mushroom, you might be unsurprised to know, and it's an unusual mushroom because it has a defect on the top. And actually I went out mushroom hunting on Saturday, that was yesterday for those of you in Europe and even in the States, for those of you in the Far East, that was yes, the day before yesterday, I guess. But anyway, so this is a common bonnet mushroom. It is edible, and like the name suggests, it is a very common mushroom. And it has this wonderful shape, which is a bit like a hat, a bonnet. And I have an actual correctly proportioned one here, as you can see. It has this sort of dome flat bit on the top, and these sides that come down. It looks a bit like a flying saucer, one might imagine. And over on the right here you can see the group that this distorted one came from, and it has three others here that are correctly formed, as it were, like this. And it has this one that I observed, which has essentially almost like a mushroom, a bonnet growing upside down on its top, and you can see the gills are facing up with it when it goes down into a hole. So that is this shape. So I thought that was rather interesting. And you know, sometimes when you build things, they don't always work, and I gave people some homework to look at before I gave this presentation. Couple of videos with regard to what's called the alien reproduction video, and I'm sure most of you were looking at the main speaker in that video, but it is sometimes things that are said around the periphery that are the most interesting, and I think you'll find that that is the case. I saw that video, the first of the two videos on the American Anti-Gravity Society, about 3 weeks ago, let's put it like that. And there was something said by one Ron Keeter, who is an expert in anti-gravity technologies, and he has his own. And we talked about the fact that Ron Keeter used benzene type molecules, and that he is convinced that they produce some form of anti-gravity in electrets and so forth. And I noted that in one of the documents by Dubovik, he referred to the fact that the benzene ring can be made to produce a toroidal moment. So we're going to look at a number of things today, but before we get to those, can I just check? Yes, everyone's saying they can hear me. Excellent, fantastic. So, hi Lucas, hi Gordon, hi Cosmic Dave, hi Artifact, Rhett, Space Case, Corky, David Buttilia, great to have you. And we have, is that Glitched? I think so. And Eric Marshall, Ken Pratt, and I'm glad Lucas. I think it's great to have such a nice quorum here. And I will try and address any questions when we've gone through. Hi John Watson, I can see you're there as well. And Ron Muckle. When I have gone through the main sort of items in this presentation, I will take any questions. Okay, so now the first thing I want to talk about is this, the dark matter map, and it comes from a paper, and it's a kind of a theoretical calculation, and it's a solution to the cosmological constant problem. And it's based on quantum field theory in fractal space-time. Fractal space-time, how interesting. With negative Hausdorff-Coulomb dimensions and dark matter nature. Okay, well, I've given you a bit.ly link there to the article, and I'm going to show it so you can just see that it is the one that I am referring to here. Let's just get my mouse operating on the right computer. Okay, it's doing that. Okay, so and what you'll see is this network in the background. And the striking thing to me when I saw this network for the first time is that it looks very similar to something else. And that something else is to do with mushrooms. And if you say here, there it is. This is an image of mycelium. And I saw quite a bit of this yesterday, as I have done very many times when I've been out on my mushroom foraging. You'll split a piece of wood, or you'll see these things growing over the surface, or they're in the soil when you are digging about here. And so they really do look very similar. And typically, what mushrooms do is they take nutrients from the soil, they break down organic matter and minerals and stuff, and they move that around and share it around. And also sometimes they can have symbiotic relationships with trees and other plant life and even animal life. And they can get sugars, for instance, from a pine tree, and you get these wonderful boletes, which I had quite a lot of on Saturday evening. Had a rich selection of mushrooms that we got on the weekend. And so actually what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be launching another Substack called Magnets and Mushrooms. I won't go into what the magnets are at this stage, but there will be mushroom foraging in there for those that are interested in that. And you'll see how this all fits together. Anyway, so there's our bonnet that looks a bit like a spaceship, and this is our dark matter map, supposedly. And what you're seeing here is I think it's 125 megaparsecs, something like that. Maybe I've got that wrong, but the people who are more into cosmology can maybe clarify what that means. And I believe it looks very, very similar to mycelium. And what I was going to name the previous presentation was essentially cohering the food of the universe. And the food of the universe, I believe, potentially is dark matter. And we're going to talk a bit about that today. And so here we have on a comparison, another image here with the link to the source of mycelium and the look of this dark matter map here. Right, I'm going to go to the actual presentation, the PDF for this. And the paper is called, as I showed you on the slide, The Cosmological Constant Problem, Quantum Field Theory in Fractal Space-Time with Negative Hausdorff-Coulomb dimensions and dark matter nature. Easy. So a little bit of a mouthful, of course. So I think this actually made it to NASA, the image and so forth, but we'll skip the equations. Essentially, the image we're looking at is somewhere down here. There we go. So this is a lower resolution image here. A simulation of the dark matter distribution in the universe 13.6 billion years ago. So this is obviously not right now, but a while ago at the beginning. And what it's saying here is, and this is very relevant, is that today, according to some models, the matter and energy distribution in the universe today, the luminous light emitting components of the universe only comprise about 0.4% of the total energy. So everything you can see is about 0.4% of the total energy. Atoms themselves, I guess many of these atoms don't actually show themselves, are 4.6%. But dark matter itself is 23%. So it completely dwarfs the atoms, and that itself completely dwarfs the visible matter that you can see in the universe. And then there's supposedly this thing called dark energy. Now, whether you believe this or not is neither here nor there, really, I think, for the sake of the arguments we're going to present today. But the view is, and I shared this, if you recall, with my launch Kickstarter for Space Earth Human by Alexander Parkhomov, that relic neutrinos, potentially a form of dark matter, are one coherent condensate through the entire universe. And in the previous presentation, which we're just going to recap in a little while, if you recall at the end of that, I said that the Arecibo telescope message went out, and we were saying that we were sending the message with radio waves, and the reply came back 25, 26 or whatever it is years later, and the supposed reply was that they were using this structure, which I have on my ring, which is that symbol that was in that 2000 crop circle. But that was their communication method, and as far as I'm concerned, hopefully I've got across the message that I believe that I've made a good enough argument that is this toroidal moment condensing process, and that this produces gravity waves, and the gravity waves are high frequency gravity waves. These are not like a planet moving around a sun. These are high frequency gravity waves, and these, because they are interacting with these half spin Dirac structures, these relic neutrinos, they are, because they are one condensate, the message will be felt at every point in the universe simultaneously, if you have the ability to detect this, because it's one coherent condensate through the whole universe. There is zero time, in my view, for the message to transmit. Now, you may argue that you might not be tuned into the particular frequency at which something occurs, but it's kind of like, how should we put it? If you imagine the entire universe being this object, and this is completely coherent structure, and every part of it is the same thing. If I push on this side, the entire universe feels that push movement, and in this case, it's this toroidal moment that interacts with it. So, if it was an alien sending that message, then it would be appropriate to say that that's the communication method they'd use, because our method uses light in the form of radio waves, and that takes time to propagate at the speed of light. And it was interesting, having said all that, and also noted that you could fire a neutrino beam through the Earth and deactivate a nuclear weapon. Having said all that, 3 days after I gave that presentation, a company that's received over $100 million from various people, we don't know who have an energy technology that they absolutely state does not do transmutation, and who absolutely state categorically that this isn't LENR. They said that this particular thing that they're saying that does the job could interact with neutrinos, and this would form a communication technology that would be able to penetrate and go through the Earth, and therefore you would be able to communicate without using satellites. I thought that was rather interesting, because what you see in their experiments is what looks like LENR is doing, and I believe personally it's the same thing. I think it's relating to ball lightning, which is coherent matter, and as we've argued, it has these fractal toroidal moments that interact with spin particles, of which the relic neutrino condensate is one coherent condensate through the whole universe. Okay, so I'm going around in circles here, but anyway, so back to the presentation. Where are we? So we have our dark matter here that looks a little bit like mycelium, which is actually it's the network. Sorry, we do if I show you. This is, in my view, the network of, let's say this was today, it's not 3.5 or 3.6 billion years ago. I believe there's something similar going on with this. And in Space Earth Human, Alexander Parkhomov shows how the relic neutrino flux is lensed by gravitational bodies, and this is a thing. It is a gravitational, according to CERN, potentially gravitation is caused by relic neutrinos. and there is a higher density of these around the Earth, and a higher density around the Moon, and a higher density around the Sun. Every gravitational body has a higher density. And so you can imagine that if you're lensing in a three-body alignment, well, if you had alignments of suns, for instance, with the galactic center, if there's a so-called black hole at the center of the galaxy, you would imagine that this would end up with aligning fluxes in this coherent condensate, so that you had a higher density of this dark matter in between nodes, which would be gravitational bodies. Now, the interesting thing about this is that how should we put this? They're basically the feeding networks that you have in the mycelium. And as you're going to, I think, understand by the end of this presentation, where these things cross in mycelium is where you tend to get the fruiting bodies coming up. And I believe that's where you get the galaxies forming and suns forming on the sort of subquanta level and so forth as we go down. Now, there are many people out there that know a lot more about cosmology than me, and they may say I'm talking nonsense or not, I don't know. Anyway, I will look at some similar structures. Now, when you're looking at this, what is going on here? Well, it does look a little bit like we have here with the Hutchison fracture sample, with this crystal web feature. And if you recall, I overlaid this on the one of the black hole or white holes from Takaaki Matsumoto, and it's nearly an exact match, which was quite surreal. But what we have in this is kind of carbon, magnesium, and iron. You can see here in this mesh, and so we have carbon running along these filaments that seem to twist as they come out of this point down here. And we have this other structures here on the, this is on the fracture sample, and also this is on the fracture sample. And I've showed this in the past, and this is kind of like, it would appear to be one of these kind of black hole type structures. It's consumed some material here. There is this kind of vortical sense of things going into the center here. It has this flat line and this structure, and then out of the center of this structure line here, you have this material bleeding, and this is then fanning out over the surface. Now, is this coming into this point, or is this all coming out? Is it an outflow or an inflow in Stephen's terminology? When we actually look at this shelf here, I call it the ice shelf, there's a couple of things that stand out. This is the ice shelf here, and you can see that this is iron. So iron is one of the main components of this thing. And also from this point, this flow over the surface here is also iron. Now, down here you can see there's some iron as well. And just to point this out, there are other elements, and I've talked about this in the past. This, in my view here, is a flux between a potential north and south gravimagnetic rotor in the terminology of Solin. And there's something being beamed across here, and you can see here on oxygen there is a full spread. In carbon there is a full spread, but in the iron it only goes exactly halfway. And there is this outflow here that comes down and seems to aggregate into this blob over here. Now, I won't go into this one here, but there are oxygen and silicon and so forth that are on this one, but we'll talk about that maybe at another time. So anyway, what I'm saying here is that basically this iron is coming out, and my point of talking about this is this structure is maybe coming out of a white hole, and maybe this is the material that's being sucked into a black hole. I don't know. I really don't know, but those are two mesh-like structures that are potentially correlating with gravimagnetic structures that could be either putting stuff in or out, in which case, if gravity is caused by relic neutrinos or other dark matter, and it can be interacted with by gravitational bodies, they are one and the same things, if you know what I mean. and one builds the other or feeds the other. So I don't know whether I got that cross very well. Probably not. Okay. The other thing is, if we take a slice across this, I believe that there was a coherent wave going on this shelf, and when it collapsed, it left atoms of elements based on the interacting wave functions of the overall coherent structure. And if you look at it, for instance, I'm going to look here at the iron. So the iron is, if you look, this is iron, this is iron, and this is iron. So we've got iron, 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 and then a little bit iron at the end. So we're doing a look across this structure here. Now, interestingly, you have kind of out of phase with that the magnesium. So iron, magnesium, then when the iron's high, the magnesium's low, and when the iron's low, the magnesium's high. So they're kind of like out of phase. And then the is that copper? I think it's, no, is it silicon? I think it might be silicon. No. Yes, no. Is it carbon? I think it is silicon, this one here. And so the silicon actually is up when the magnesium's up and the when the iron's up and the magnesium is down there. Is that right? Oh God, I'm going to get this wrong as well. I should have marked these. Right, so magnesium is the blue line. Silicon is the kind of reddy pinky line, if you can read it. And the iron is this one. Okay, so at this point we have iron high, the magnesium low, and the silicon high. And then the silicon high is high when the iron is low also. And then basically what I'm saying is there seems to be phase, and sometimes they're in phase, like these two, and these are out of phase. But then this is also peaking when this is peaking over here. It's peaking when this is peaking, when the magnesium is low. Okay, I'm messing this up, but anyway. All right, so I'm just saying it's a bunch of coherent waves. So you can have more than one. My point is that you can have more than one coherent wave in an overall coherent structure, and that there is sometimes when they're in phase and when they're out of phase, when the coherent matter collapses, you can have a structure that has zones on it that have some of the same element in one place and they're not in the other, and basically the phases are overlapping. Okay, is what I'm trying to say, and I didn't do that very well. I'm not doing very well today. Okay, all right, so this is slide 21 from Oday, and this is the God Toolbox. This actually comes from a Muslim site, and I captured this in January 2018. And it has this, I thought it was nicely representative of the way that the O works, these toroidal, fractal toroidal structures as we now know them, because it produces this spiral vortex into the center, and that focuses what it's gathering here. Okay, so my presentation overview today will be to review Oday gravity transformation, explaining the hydrodynamic, magnetohydrodynamic, in fact, ultra experiment, HHO and more. And then I'm going to look at a paper on hypertoroidal moments in the context of MFMP and third-party physical observations in experiments. Then a paper on MagnetoToroElectrical radiation. And then a patent on Magnetohydrodynamic propulsion apparatus. And then look at the potential implications if we've done what I wanted to do, which is potentially unlimited energy at any point in the universe, to energy to matter and matter to energy transformation, so bidirectional conversion, and then propulsion, including faster than light. Okay, so it wasn't the first time I talked about mushrooms. I had all of these kind of mushrooms here. This is from Shishkin, who we will look at, and also Bogdanovich, who we will consider today, and this is just another mushroom. So anyway, so this is what we're going to try and talk about here. Okay. So that's the presentation overview, and I will go and get the first thing, which is actually the Oday gravity transformation. So if you recall, we were talking about this Webb telescope image of the Phantom Galaxy, and we were correlating that with the work of Bostick and the fact that he observed plasmoids forming galaxy-like structures, and I witnessed these same sort of things occurring on the Lion reactor outside. Matsumoto saw something similar, and how at the center of some structures produced in what is clearly systems that produce exotic vacuum objects, because they've seen the strange radiation tracks in the work of Adamenko. They created something that acted a bit like a black hole, and also clusters of structures that produce something a bit like a black hole that consumes matter and actually radiates some luminosity. Then I showed a structure again on the Lion crust that I believe, when viewed up closer, is in fact the carbon splat on this copper oxide structure, which has a spiral cut out from the center caused by this fractal toroidal structure. And this spiral type thing is similar to that observed by Bogdanovich. And by the way, these things can cluster together, and that is important in other areas. And it's the same thing as we see on the Hutchison effect, both in 1986 and 2007. This at 40 microns, this at 4 centimeters, so several orders of magnitude, aluminium, stainless steel, different materials, different time, different lab, but exactly the same structure. And this is this spiral that I'm referring to in that symbol of the god's toolbox in the center, the spider's web. This is the spiral that comes down and is cohering the matter. And then I talked about the spirals here and the triangles, and how the triangles are effectively these pseudo-magnetic monopoles that act to tear apart iron, create these soft because of the nature of aluminium, and hard in silicon dioxide, and so forth. And these are spirals in various other experiments, and how the gravitational moment here linking this electromagnetic torus with strong magnetic and electric fields in these little bubbles, and magnetic fields here in this 1954 John Archibald Wheeler paper, was held together with gravity, and this is a simple toroidal Gion. And then we looked at some silicon dioxide damage marks on the Vega-Henk urine Vega anode sheath, and how some of them line up with different numbers of segments of these torus structures. And here's a rather nice one where you can see the fractal substructures. So you've got a fractal substructure at this level, and then the little rings at the final level. These were solid embodiments that we observed on Henk's Vega Valley Eastern Plateau. And here's another one of a different level of organization. And this is claimed coherent matter that was published in Nature in 2021 of a Bose-Einstein condensate. And you can see it's a hexagonal structure, but also there's a hint of the substructures which look very similar to the collapsed coherent matter structure here. And then we talked about how these are effectively like the Gions, but they've got the substructure in them, and that they seem to have these two central points. And I connected that through to various other things, including the sound-based system. And I don't know if you recall, there was this sound experiment where there was a hard metal plate and a sonotrode, and there was a chemical placed in, and at the nodes, the resonant standing wave nodes, it produced two spots, and it produced a spiral-like vortex into at least one of those spots, and I did a whole presentation on that. And I kind of imagine the same thing occurring where you have maybe standing waves, potentially with the scalar waves between nodes in that kind of like mycelium like mesh, where the density, the different density of the coherent condensate through the galaxy, where you have these standing wave nodes, and that will produce a galaxy, and substanding waves might produce a solar system, and so forth. So you have this formation of matter in this, maybe it's a spin standing wave, if you can conceive of that. And just for those that are a little bit confused about how you can have all men are equal, but some men are more equal than others, this kind of thing where you have coherent matter, it's all the same thing, it's all the same wave function, but if you know, when you look at a Bose-Einstein condensate, you can have less matter over here and more matter in the center, but they're still all the same matter wave, if you know what I mean. So you can actually have a higher density of this stuff, even though it's one coherent condensate. It's a little bit weird to think about. So it's all the same thing, but in some places there's more of the same thing, which you can use, and that's why things germinate in the spring, and when there's alignments and so forth. So okay. So, and we talked about these, this person's work. I will post all the links that I didn't do because I got other things that I had to do this week. So this, I imagine, is the substructure that is in here. And there's a couple of those in this one, and there's another one over here. And that there's this vortical stuff coming out from, I believe, the pole, which is due to these two spots here. This one's coming up, this one's going down. And on cavitation, on the work of Roish and Amaza, we saw these vortical structures coming out of the center of a cavitation spot. So we have a number of data points to align these things. And taking this one from line and this one from the ultrasonic experiment, we can overlay the two. And we did the same thing with the center of the phantom galaxy to produce this remarkable correlation. And then we said that based on Matsumoto saying he had gravitational collapse of matter and his peaked patterns, which were this cone, the same kind of cone that we saw on the walls of the Vega Valley, and that we see in those triangles in various John Hutchison samples and other systems that we've looked at, that this was the focusing of this gravitational spin wave, this torsional moment that is pulling the material into this central point. And Solin really described it very, very clear. And lastly, Shishkin et al. In 2018 said that the cavitation itself led to cold neutrino condensates. And therefore, since cold neutrinos, or relic neutrinos, he said relic neutrino condensates or cold neutrino condensates, since relic neutrinos can only be influenced by the weak and gravitational force, this necessarily requires gravity capture of the neutrinos because of the fact that it can only be affected that way. And then I talked about the Arecibo telescope, which I just reviewed earlier, and the fact that the reply to the radio was this symbol, and that was that, and that is the basic fractal structure that can produce high-frequency gravitational waves. There we go, done. And we referenced about how they interact with each other, and this is all very important to that, and that is probably that, and we will come back to that. Okay, so I think that's probably enough there. And the last thing was I went over this, which is my basic model for how it's occurring, and you have your toroidal moment coming down here, and this is cohering matter from the cosmos, and that ends up with the relic neutrino condensates here. And because of the other matter is flowing through here as well, if it's radioactive or it's able to fuse or fission, it will do so here. And this also produces a vortex, and we also saw at this point triangles coming in this plane in other experiments that we conducted. Okay, so that's that. Good, we'll get that out of the way. The crop circles showing gravity, that went by too fast. Okay. All right. Well, this is just a review of last week's. So Stephen, the crop circle's showing gravity that went by too fast. All right. Well, we're gonna look at what Shishkin talked about, and I think it's going to clarify a few points here in this presentation. So I'm going to go back to the slides for today, and we will go. Okay. Okay, so one of the presentations I will want to look at here, just this is a PDF rather. This was received 10th of January 2015. It was published 27th of August 2015. Non-radiating Arnipol modes. So Arnipol is this thing that Delzevich, or whatever his name is, in 1957 came up with, and this might be a model for stable particles. Non-radiating Arnipol modes in dielectric nanoparticles. Aharonov-Bohm-like phenomena. You can get these things coming in here. Recently, an Arnipol was suggested as a classical model of elementary particles describing dark matter in the universe. So here we've got something describing dark matter as Arnipols. These are things that are able to effectively interact with scalar and vector potentials and toroidal moments, but they are not able to interact with electromagnetics. Okay, so it's saying that dark matter could be this. The toroidal modes of an analog dynamic Arnipols have been demonstrated in the microwave part of the spectrum. Okay, so you know that John Hutchison used microwaves in his work, and we use them in our nova and supernova reactor. It generates no field outside, but may possess a non-zero potential, which might lead to violation of reciprocity theorem and Aharonov-Bohm-like phenomenon. Okay, so you can go and have a look at this in your own time. This is kind of what they're suggesting, or that this actually is a kind of view of the Arnipol. So electric dipole, everyone knows that. And this is the toroidal dipole, and the combination of the two. It's not this leads to the Arnipol, but this is not talking about the toroidal moment in this. Well, it is there, but anyway. So I didn't really want to talk about this one. Let me see what I want to do next. It's a bit of a mess, this, but my view is I have to get this out of the door because I'm 50 next week. So it'll make sense in a minute. Honest, Governor. Okay. So here is the first paper I want to refer to here. And it's talking about recent progress in the thermodynamics of ferrotoroidic materials. I chose this because it actually shows how people are referring to these things now, and this was submitted, I think, 20th of April 2015, and they are referring to these things as hypertoroids. Okay, and so this is I actually quite like the name, but fractal toroids for me, it says what it is immediately. But here we go again. We've got the magnetic moment with the electric current going around. And then if we assemble these into a loop, they've got 4 of them here in this example, we end up with the toroidal moment. Now, if we take this structure with its toroidal moment and we assemble this into a toroid, we end up with a hypertoroidal moment. And then if we take those structures and we start ... and then ... you can see this is what we've been talking about for a long period of time. You have these n hypertoroidal moment, and this is the n+1 hypertoroidal moment. There we go. Now, why is this really important for what we have witnessed over the last several years? Well, I'm going to show you that now. just on that previous paper, this is a theoretical division, Los Alamos National Laboratory. Okay, is the second or third author here. So some serious people are looking at this. Okay, so this I think is, for me, incredibly special particular paper here. And this is axial hypertoroidal moment in a ferroelectric nanotorus, a way to switch local polarization. Okay. Okay, so you'll be interested to know the material that this is in. But anyway, growth of ferroelectric nanotori is reported in the first principles-based blah, blah, blah. Computation of axial hypertoroidal moment. So this is where it's really interesting to what we've observed over the last couple of years. Computation of an axial hypertoroidal moment leads to numerical observation of two new phases. A homogeneously hypertoroidized one, phase 3, that can be switched by homogeneous electric field, and another one with striking new polarization patterns, phase 4, due to azimuthal variations of the hypertoroidal moment. In both phases, hypertoroidization coexists with homogeneous axial toroidal moment. Yeah. Physical review B. So very sensible paper here. So they're making these nanostructures, and if we go down, they look like this. And the interesting thing is here, highly anisotropic, experimentally obtained simulated torus with major radius R and minor radius little r, barium titanate. Nanotori, scanning electron microscopy picture. So these are nanotori of barium titanate. Now, why would you want to use barium titanate? Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Okay. But this is where it gets really, really, really interesting. I don't know if you're going to get this, but for me, it's interesting from the point of view that depending on your phase relationship with your fractal parts of your toroid, you can end up with various structures forming. So one can be this kind of frothy looking torus here, okay, with these kind of like tubes going in every direction. Might have seen something like that before. Another one can be over here, where you have alternate subtoroids in your hypertoroidal structure going out of phase each other. And one is twisting down, and one is twisting up, and one is twisting down, and so forth. Okay? And then this one is really interesting because this is creating a spindle torus. A spindle torus. Okay? My sound is cutting in and out. Ah, dear. Is it really that bad? I am recording it locally. Hopefully that's okay. If it's too bad, then I have to upload it. I'll do it again. Okay, sound is good on your end. Okay, all right. So what you're seeing here now, bearing in mind, we know from the Lockheed Martin work and from what we actually physically observe and from the US naval patents of Salvatore Pais, that coherent matter can form at any temperature. Okay. Now, what they're talking about here is temperature, and you can see that this is 100 Kelvin, which is obviously well below room temperature, down to 0 Kelvin here. And they're saying that this structure is forming between 0 and 100 Kelvin with an aspect ratio of 0 to 0.22. Okay. Then when we change your aspect ratio from 0.2 to 0.34, we get this structure between these temperatures. And then between this aspect ratio and this aspect ratio, 0.34 and 0.9, we get this structure forming. And then this phase here, where we have this disordered structure here, but it's still a torus, is forming in this zone here at these higher temperatures. Okay, so it says aspect ratio versus temperature phase diagram. Red polarization field lines of high temperature non-polar phase 1 450 Kelvin, blah blah blah, and so on. I think the interesting thing for me is this spindle torus. And why? Because if you go and look at what a spindle torus is, which I will do for you now, we will bring up a browser window and we will have a look at the spindle torus. Okay. All right. So this is from Wolfram, and this is Moss's egg, and this is the spindle torus and the structure that forms in it. Now you might have seen this thing before. This is this fish. You see this in Christian religious symbology, and you might have seen this overall structure here, which looks like some of the lion marks from Lion 1, if you remember the quartz affected and the what I called cauliflower. Are they related? Well, don't know. Just interesting that this is a spindle torus. So what they are saying here is that in a particular phase you end up by producing a spindle torus. And here's some other images here, and these are different types of spindle in your spindle torus, and this is the central section. So this is the kind of what I was drawing the other day at the end of the last presentation. This is a horn torus, and we don't really see any of these horn torus, but I will show you that I believe that we definitely have seen a spindle torus. And we do see spheres, which is kind of like a type of torus. It's kind of like a torus where the center of rotation is the center of the small radius, if you know what I mean. There is no big radius. Okay. All right. So I'm going to bring up the first important example to show this, where we saw it for the first time in the form of a spindle torus. And I'm going to bring it in Photoshop. So a spindle torus is effectively got two components which have an external surface, if you know what I mean, but one is inside the other. And it has the apple segment here, and then the lemon segment. So this is the apple segment, and this is the lemon segment. And we can look at some other examples in a second. So actually, first one was I shared this in Vega, the magnetic core of the monopole, because I was convinced that these iron-rich crenellated spheres were the core of the pseudo-magnetic monopole, this toroid structure that has this toroidal moment, as we now understand it to have, which forms the cone. This comes down and forms this magnetic core, and I believe that these structures were caused by this. Now, I will just play this in the background as I'm talking through it, and then I'll bring it up in Photoshop as well. But what I noticed when I was playing around with this was that it seemed to have these illuminated areas on the outside, but it seemed to have this darker spot in the middle. And I thought, this is just really weird. And I thought, well, is it sucking light in there? What is it doing? Why has it got this bit that looks like a bit like a depression in the center here? I mean, it definitely looks like a sphere on the outside there. But what is going on here? So I'll just let this play through. I'll go and get the image into Photoshop as well. Okay, so I'm going to do this real time actually. So I'm going to bring up the image here. So this is, when it lets me do it, this is the image in Photoshop. So I'm going to do exactly what we had there last time. So I'm going to play with the levels here. I think this is it 16? It's 16-bit. So we've got plenty of levels of grey. So depending on what we do, we can, you know, make this whiter. But whatever I did, I could see that there's a center spot in the middle here. It's not zooming in. Actually, it's a very big image, so we can go into that a bit more. Is it going to do that? Is my computer frozen? Maybe. No, it's because I'm doing that. Okay, I'm going to zoom in a bit. Right. So what I'm doing here, actually, if this is confusing people, I'm showing that what we create in this, the EVO is on the outside, the vacuum current, the electromagnetic phantom, and that is creating the magnetic structure that is the core. And I've argued that for a very long time that this is effectively one example of a magnetic core. And if I go here and I pull up the levels, I can adjust the levels here, and you'll see that whatever I do, what I can do is I can kind of see that it has this, if I zoom into there, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to go in here. You can see it has this central bit here, which is like a hole. It doesn't matter what I do, I have this little black kind of hole in the center here. Okay? Right? But if I move this around, it ends up with it. When I'm looking at this, and when I was looking at it the first time live with you guys those many moons ago, it just looked like it had a dimple in the top here. Well, I reckon that that is a horn torus that you are seeing here. Okay? And you can even kind of see how this thing is kind of twisted into it here. Okay? Now, when I was looking at a different piece of material, I actually made this huge map of the Vega Valley Eastern Plateau many moons ago, and I shared it and I asked people to look at it. But when I was actually doing my own quick look at it to say, you know, you can do this and you can go and have a look at this thing, please go and have a look at it, I actually came across something and I thought, oh, what is that? And when I next get on the SEM, I want to try and find it again, because what it is, I believe, is the lemon from the center of another horn, not horn, another Spindle Taurus. So let me just get that for you. Okay, So what I believe that we are seeing here is the lemon out of a Spindle Taurus. And this is a crenellated, iron-rich lemon. So, oh dear. We have, it would appear, created this, which is the apple, but I would imagine that inside here we have the lemon, because it's not blown off. This one's blown off. it's let the apple off. So there might be fragments. Maybe if we look around here, there might be fragments of the outside of the apple that caused this. I don't know. But this all looks like it's carbon, and this might be the carbon that would be on the outside. In fact, it looks like there's the bit there. Anyway, I imagine this is carbon. So I want to look at this again under the SEM. Hopefully it hasn't moved. Obviously, I've got a big map, so I should be able to locate it. And I believe that if I zoom into this at a much higher resolution, we will find that this is an iron, oxygen-rich, crenellated lemon. And effectively, it is it's one of these shapes, right? So that's the lemon. That's the lemon, okay? And this is the Spindle Taurus, which is this kind of structure here, okay? You can look at it up on Wikipedia even. Let me do that. File, new tab. Yeah, so here's Wikipedia's Taurus images, and you can see here it's got the normal Taurus here with a half cross section. This is our ring Taurus or horn Taurus. This is our Spindle Taurus here, and you have this symbol that is used in Christianity. Okay, and you can imagine what this would look like if you rotated 6 of these around a plane. But anyway, there we go. This is the self-intersecting Spindle Taurus, and you can imagine that the outside is here and the outside is coming to the inside. So your lemon has a crenellated lemon outside, and the Spindle Taurus has your crenellated apple outside, and that is the combination of the things that we see here and here. So there we go. I believe that what they are simulating here, using complex hypertoroidal moments, we have, you will remember that we created an iron oxygen rich torus on a copper oxide in the experiment which had the ball lightning cutting a hole out. So we did that, and also in a separate area of that we had the cutout of a toroid structure with the crenellation of iron on the outside of that. So I won't pull those up, but basically Ken Shoulders says this forms spheres and toroids, and Takaaki Matsumoto says it forms spheres and toroids in this book, Steps to the Discovery of Electronuclear Collapse. And I'm saying that effectively both of those things are because of this exotic vacuum object's nucleus and the toroidal moment and how it manipulates matter. Now, the interesting one about this here, and we'll come back to this when we're discussing the ARV, is if you had a phase change around the outside of your sub-tori, their toroidal moments, then you would both have a sort of up and down movement or desire to suck in relic neutrinos or whatever you're using to propel this thing. And so this could basically allow hovering, one might consider. Now down here, it also has this phase changes here in this hysteresis loop, and it's saying that one of the stable forms is this spherical type object here, and then it kind of breaks more up into a fragmented torus, and then comes back into one, but they're changing the spin rotation. So it's spinning around that way in this case, and it's spinning around that way in this case. Okay? And this is based on the hypertoroidal moment atomic units. Okay? So it's not very big. This is -2 atomic units, and this is +2 atomic units. But you're seeing that there is difference in chirality between these two based on the toroidal moment, hypertoroidal moment. Okay, is there anything here that's relevant? Okay, the hysteresis loop in figure 3, it clearly demonstrates that there are two enantiomeric stable states in the absence of an applied electric field, and that the homogeneous electric field along the z-axis allows switching. So, electric field going from -8 to +8 allows switching between these right spin and left spin structures. Okay, I think there's a lot we can learn from this particular paper. Okay, all right. Now, so did people get that? Essentially, what I'm saying is that the structures we have seen, which are tori, things that look like spheres but are in fact spindle tori, and spheres, I believe, are all caused by the different toroidal moments, hypertoroidal moments as referred to in this paper, or fractal toroidal moments as I would refer to them. But if you're going to find more research in this field, the concept of hypertoroidal is probably the one to go and do your searching on. So happy looking to search for more information about this field. Okay. All right, so what did I want to say next? On the subject of a spherical torus, someone did this video, which you will have the links to. So, and I think they've got the phase angle on that. I don't know how accurate this is, but I think it's an interesting potential example. But I'm certain that we have created Spindle Taurus with the lemon and normal tori. Okay, and it is because of the hypertoroidal moment. Okay. Now, next on my list is okay, MagnetoToroElectrical radiation paper. Okay, where is that? Okay, all right. I have that here. Bear with me. So, if you recall last week, I said that Dubovik did his thesis. I think he joined the Dubna All Russia Nuclear Research City in 1962 or 63, and he published his toroidal moment thesis paper in 1965. And I said, well, Alexander Shishkin, who I learnt first from about this MagnetoToroElectrical radiation. He had he works at Dubna. So I thought, how is it then that he would say something that's very similar to Dubovik, and it wouldn't be that he did that on his own? He must have got that from potentially working with Dubovik. So I think maybe these people know each other. So Alexander Shishkin gave me permission about 4 or 5 months ago to translate all his work and make it public. And around those conversations, he wrote to me and he says, basically what you are seeing and what you are demonstrating is in the same spirit as what we are trying to put across and what we are observing. And so I thought, okay, so maybe we're on the right track. And so I thought, you know, if they work together, I just thought, okay, so let's just look at the latest publication that I can find that Alexander Shishkin had done, and see who the co-authors were. You would not believe it. It blew my mind. The second co-author here is Dubovik. Shishkin is number 1, and Dubovik is the second co-author. Okay. Oh no, has it died? Has the stream died? Guys, let me know if the stream died. Okay, all right. I don't know what's going on. Okay, it's not died. Good. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is, okay, right. So Shishkin and Dubovik co-authored this. I think this is from 2017. Okay, all right, good. And I'm just going to go through this and we're going to pick out some interesting things here. Now, you will notice that some of the things that are in this are in the Shishkin presentation from 2018, which is what I translated and converted into another video called a new form of penetrating radiation. Okay. Introduction. So far, 2 types of penetrating radiation have been known. This is electromagnetic radiation, including X-ray and gamma radiation, as well as radiation in the form of fast particles, neutrinos, electrons, neutrons, protons, and ions. The 1917 Nobel Prize winner for the discovery of characteristic X-rays, Charles Glover Barkla, claimed, 1, that while studying the characteristic X-rays, he discovered the J phenomenon, in which there is a radiation that has a greater penetrating power than X-rays of the K-type. Barkla devoted all of the remaining years studying this phenomenon. However, he was unable to confirm this J phenomenon. The authors of this report claim to have experimentally registered and investigated this new type of penetrating radiation, which Charles Glover Barkla spent more than 28 years searching for. For one of the authors, Alexander Shishkin, this detective story began in February 2004 when a rotary hydrodynamic machine, in simplified form a hydrodynamic machine or a cavitator, Photo 1, was launched, designed to produce water-fuel mixtures. So here is the device, and this is a cavitation device. So what he has in here, he drew some drawings for me when I was with him. It's kind of like you have in this area here that you see, there are 2 discs, but they're not flat discs. They have grooves and keys. So you have a groove and you have a key that goes through that groove. And there's many of these, and as it spins round, they're very close together and it produces cavitation in that gap. And like he says, it was designed to mix oil and water to produce like an emulsion. Okay. Photo 1, hydrodynamic machine. There we go. So this is doing the same thing as Ultra. Okay. Cavitation. During the operation of the hydrodynamic machine with tap water, an unpleasant effect of some kind of radiation was felt near the installation. Therefore, on March the 10th, 2004, near the GDM, Alexander Shishkin posted X-ray films on the right at a distance of about 100 millimeters from the end of the stator. he installed a film in a standard wooden cassette behind at a distance of 100 millimeters from the rear flange of the stator. The same X-ray film, but in a plastic opaque bag. The films were exposed for 10 minutes. After developing, traces of soft X-rays were found on the films, photos 2 and 3. On the film, in the cassette photo 2, an unexposed triangle with a width of 90 millimeters and a height of 80 millimeters was observed, which coincided with the thickness of the stator and the height of the upper part of the stator from the bottom of the cassette. There was such an impression that the radiation came out of the front and rear flanges. So he's actually got an X-ray of some data from the equipment here, and this overall structure here, and he's got this fogging going on here. Scanned copy of the X-ray film located opposite the rear flange. The stator contour is marked with a semicircle. So this is the stator contour. It would be easiest to attribute the blackening to film defects, if not for the X-ray outline of the plate on the right in photo 2. So here we go, photo 2. This is the plate with the details on it, okay? It's not a defect in the X-ray. It's actually produced an X-ray. Okay. But X radiation should not have been, there should be none X radiation. The thickness of the metal flanges in the stator exceeded 10 millimeters, which excluded the exit of X radiation outside the cavitator, if it appeared in the cavitation bubbles inside the GDM as a result of complex physical processes. Basically saying that the X-rays would have been insufficient energy to penetrate through the metal and leave the exposure on the X-ray. In search of an answer to the riddle on the internet, Alexander Shishkin discovered an article by the Russian experimenter Kladov called Cavitation Destruction of Matter. However, after studying the riddles, it increased. First, Kladov cited experimental data that cold transmutation of matter occurred in his GDM. In particular, the decay of unknown shortwave electromagnetic radiation and flashes of neutrons were recorded near the installation. Secondly, the activity of plutonium beryllium, the source of neutrons, has almost halved. So it reduced the activity of, supposedly reduced the activity of plutonium beryllium. Located at a distance of 2.4 meters from the cavitator. And also the Vavilov-Cherenkov radiation was observed in the plexiglass radiator. Kladov explained that the transmutation through the mechanism of drop fusion of nuclei and the decay of excited nuclei. Overcoming the Coulomb barrier, according to the author, was ensured by the energy of the collapses of the cavitation bubble containing the original nuclei. The scientific community felt that the experiment had been carried out incorrectly. Almost 15 years later, the conclusion of Kladov about the acceleration of the decay of radioactive nuclei in the HDA, hydrodynamic generator, were experimentally confirmed by Afanasiev during the processing of liquid radioactive waste at the Mayak test site in the similar facility. So, liquid radioactive waste. Oh, what you mean like the stuff from Fukushima? I have something to add on fixing Fukushima at this point. Following the second attempt to speak and get across a solution to extinguishing the radiation at Fukushima, they have decided to change the rules and say that if they can't dump it, they want the tritium concentrated. They don't want to get rid of it, they want it concentrated. So they changed the rules so you can't get rid of it. So our technology to get rid of it and remove it completely is now not qualifying for their proposals. So it's either dump or concentrate. At the Fuz Mayak test site, a similar facility. Therefore, we proceeded from the fact that the results of experiments of Kladov are an irrefutable fact. Based on experimental data, so essentially what we're saying is two types of cavitation system were able to deal with liquid radioactive waste. Done. Roy Schneemaser's technology would have already probably cleaned up the tritium wastewater and probably the other dissolved ions at Fukushima. Based on experimental data, the first attempt was made to unravel some of the characteristics of this known radiation. The decrease in the activity of plutonium, beryllium, the source of neutrons, occurs under the condition of changing the channel of plutonium decay without emitting an alpha particle. Such a decay channel is possible when an electron and/or positron neutrino is absorbed by the plutonium nucleus. Therefore, we can conclude that the unknown radiation contains a certain neutrino component. Because of the change in the way that the neutron source operates, reducing the emission of neutrons, it must be because the plutonium decay has changed, and that can only because of a neutrino interaction with the plutonium, and therefore we can conclude that the unknown radiation contains a certain neutrino component. 2. The presence of Vavilov-Cherenkov radiation can be explained by the fact that unknown radiation has a high penetrating power and interacts with the atoms of matter in the same way as a high energy particle. 3. Flashes of neutrons could not be explained. Experimental data. An attempt to repeat the experimental data obtained on March 10, 2004 was unsuccessful, but on photographic films located near the hydrodynamic generator and other bodies of revolution, traces of strange radiation were recorded. This term was introduced in 2000 by the physicist Leonid Uritskev. The following are objects commonly found on photographic films, and these are the birdies. Okay? I don't know whether he talks about the metal spinning here. He doesn't. Okay, so if you spin metal extremely fast, or many different materials, you will also get these birdies forming, and that tells you potentially something about what's going on in our system. Okay. Objects in the form of umbrella and/or birds. Without exception, all umbrella birds in the zone of the greatest blackening showed mechanical punching of the film. The transverse size of these objects reached 15 millimeters. When in 2012, Alexander Shishkin showed these objects to Zrelov, he called them creases, which are formed when the nail film is damaged. When the film is damaged by a nail. So he was saying that these are something to do with your nail. Okay? Traces of objects on the photodetector placed in a magnetic field. So he has this track here, a curved track of on a photodetector near a body of revolution made of cadmium. Cadmium. A body of revolution made of cadmium. I'm going to write that down. We'll have a look at cadmium later. Let me remind myself to look at cadmium later. Okay. The photo was obtained by combining frames, magnification 64 times. This band is approximately 10 millimeters long and 12 to 18 micrometers wide. So 10 millimeters long, 12 to 18 micrometers wide. But this is what it looks like when it's magnified. A 15 micrometer thick protector trace, it's a bad translation here, on the photodetector surface near a body of revolution made of bismuth. Okay, so this is a body of revolution made of bismuth. Let's note down bismuth at this point. We'll have a look at that later. Okay? I'm doing this for a reason. Okay, so you see these spots. I've talked about this before. These are microcraters at 500 times magnification, and this is the profile of the microcrater. This is the transverse scan, and this is blackening in the form of round spots on an X-ray film located near the front flange of the hydrodynamic mixer. On the left, D is 10 millimeters. The largest on the right is 15 millimeters. It would be easiest to write off all of the registered objects as defects of the film or as mechanical creases with the experimenter's nails, if it were not for the steady recurrence of the appearance of the same pictures by other experimenters. For example, similar objects in particular birds were registered on the inner frames of a photographic film located inside an opaque cassette. The cassette was irradiated from magnetized water exposed for 15 days to scattered sunlight. This I referred to as water of life. I did a presentation on this. It's Perevoschikov, and they put this water with 0.4 Tesla magnets underneath, outside, I believe with the South Pole facing up towards the water, outside in sunlight for 15 days. And then they fired a laser at the water and they produced exactly the same type of marks as you are seeing here, these birdies. Okay. Traces of strange radiation. And by the way, there was a French alchemist who took a copper, this is very important, bowl, and they put it in water and exposed it to the sun in Mexico. And they took that back to France and they were able to do alchemy with that water that was exposed to the sun for a long period of time in Mexico. Okay, just thought I'd throw that in there. Why not? Traces of strange radiation were found on melts of zirconium irradiated with an electron gun. Ah, okay, so that would be Solin's work. Okay. On sections of metal ingots subjected to shelling with particulates of silicon oxide during the explosion of powder charge. I think that is this, oh God, I can't remember the name. It's this deep penetration system. Okay, therefore, we took it as an axiom that behind the traces of strange radiation, there is some fundamental phenomenon. Right, this gets a little bit into a theory, but we'll see where we can go from here. In April 2010, Dubovik suggested experimentally testing the shell model of the atom. It includes the following assumptions. The physical vacuum is filled with the smallest material particles with high penetrating power. Of the many names of this material medium, the following are most often encountered: ether, dark matter, hidden matter, subtle matter, field matter. Okay, so I like the ideas of ether and dark matter, so we'll highlight those. Okay. In his works, Ian and VM Dubovik, Okratrin and Tater argued that this hidden or field matter consists of background cold neutrinos, FCN, axions, linked to each other through weak, topologically non-trivial bonds, thus forming a background neutrino or axion condensate. There we go. So, the ether or dark matter is background cold neutrinos or axions, which are linked to each other through, basically they are coherent matter and a condensate. Okay. 2. In the near field, near the atoms, this neutrino condensate thickens. So basically, just like we have a neutrino sphere around the Earth, and we have it around the Moon, and we have it around all gravitational bodies, they're suggesting that effectively there is a neutrino sphere around actual atoms. In the near field, near the atoms, this neutrino condensate thickens, forming field shells of cold neutrinos, which, due to interaction with electrons of the atoms, which tend to escape from the nucleus, become extremely dense. Okay. So basically they're saying that you can have this coherent higher level of condensate around the atom. One of the authors, Shishkin, suggested that by analogy with cosmogenic phenomena, the atomic nucleus is a mini neutron hole that absorbs very compressed vacuum background cold neutrinos. Therefore, a condensed neutrino condensate is formed near the nucleus, as described in these articles, which is in equilibrium with nuclear forces and its residual potential, which we call long-range Coulomb field of the nucleus. It attracts electrons. But at a short distance from the nucleus, a repulsive short-range magnetic field begins to act on the electrons, the power of which near the nucleus exceeds the Coulomb force by an order of magnitude. Due to repulsion, an electron with greater acceleration relative to the incident one flies away from the nucleus. As a result of interaction with the magnetic field of the nucleus, the electron parameters change in such a way that the shell consisting of these is it FHN? I think FCN, these cold neutrinos, becomes impenetrable for him. As a result, the electron begins to condense the shell, pushing... Oh, God. I think this is the nucleus. Oh, dear. Pushing the PCN from the nucleus to its periphery at the Bohr radius from the nucleus. So I need to do a better translation of this. So this won't do us for tonight, but it'll get through a couple of the major concepts here. The electron loses its energy, transferring it through the compacted shell of the atom externally. After the transfer of part of its energy through the shell, by the blah, 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 is again attracted to the process, then repeated. Thus, the nucleus receives energy by absorbing vacuum cold neutrinos and then capturing electron, transfers this energy to it, which in turn the electron transfers through the shell to the blah, blah, blah. The shells of an atom built by its nucleus is a soliton, i.e. a closed vortex structure of these dipoles, and pushing the blah, blah, at the Bohr radius from the nucleus. Okay, I need to synthesize this so it's easier for you guys to capture what I'm trying to say. The process is repeated, thus the nucleus receives energy, absorbing vacuum, capturing electron. I think basically what he's suggesting is that this flux of cold neutrinos, these axions, these ether, this dark matter, maintains a balance of energy that keeps the electrons operating. And so this is, I think in one of his other papers, which I will translate, he's talking about the fact that this is the atom battery. This is what keeps the atom working, this continuous giving and taking this of this material. After the transfer of part of its energy through the shell, it is again attracted by the Coulomb forces to the nucleus. The process is repeated. Thus, I think this is repeating the same thing. This bit of text has been, for some reason, repeated a number of times. Thus, the nucleus receives energy by absorbing. Yes, it's repeating itself. The shell of an atom built by its nucleus is a soliton, i.e. closed vortex structure of these dipoles. After the transfer of part of its energy to the shell is again attracted. Oh, God. I think it's repeated the same thing about 5 times. I don't know why. For some reason, the translation's gone wonky. Right. So, yeah, this, in fact, I think this whole page is a repeat of the same text over and over. So here is a diagram of what we're talking about. And I will translate these in the coming weeks. I will do this after my Russian presentation in October. Okay. Okay. Scheme of formation of sealing shells from these things. Based on this proposed model, the shell has a torus-like, bun-like structure. Ooh, like a bagel. With an extremely small central region. In this case, the nucleus of the atom seems to hang on the absorbing and radiating vortices. When the shell is hit mechanically by a strong electric field, thermal and/or radiation, with a certain probability, one of the vortices can break away from the core for a short time, as a result of which the core falls out of the shell. The shell also leaves the electrons that have lost their energy supply from the nucleus. An empty field shell closing on itself is a soliton. It has a high penetrating power and carries the characteristics of the mother nucleus. Okay, so basically they're saying that there is this dense relic neutrino condensate that is part of matter. It keeps the matter excited in its relationship with the ether. But that if you give it a short, sharp pulse, like, I don't know, a spark discharge or what Tesla would say, a disruptive discharge, you can force these neutral condensates out. Okay. The qualitative model of the atom described above perfectly coincides with the calculation of model of corollas. He clarified that with the loss of the core, the shell flying away at a speed of 350 meters per second in the opposite direction from the nucleus unpacks into a string vortex soliton. In this case, the diameter of the head part of the string will be equal to 0.98 of a nanometer. The length of the string vortex soliton can reach 700 meters. And a gimlet with a length of no more than 0.1 of a micrometer and a diameter of this much micrometers runs along the string vortex soliton string where A is the atomic weight of the parent nucleus. When interacting with a material object with a certain probability, the gimlet literally drills a cavity on the surface of the object. When colliding with the shells of atoms, the string vortex soliton loses energy and ultimately folds into the original torus-like structure, and a gimlet with a length of no more than 0.1 micrometer and a diameter of this runs along the string vortex. It's repeating itself again. Terrible translation. From the point of view of penetrating power, a large number of empty shells behave like neutrino cluster radiation. Okay, so from the point of view of penetrating power, a large number of empty shells behave like neutrino cluster radiation. The authors give them the name Magnetohydrodynamic radiation, MTER, I guess. And a separate shell began to be referred to as MagnetoToroElectric cluster, or MTER, I go, MTEC cluster, MTEI cluster, okay. No, it's MTER cluster, yeah, okay. As already noted above, MTER cluster can exist either in the form of string vortex soliton or in the form of a torus-like bun, bagel, 0.1 micrometer thick and 0.5 micrometers wide. 0.1 micrometer thick and 0.5 micrometers wide. That's nearly a D4D ratio. Not quite. The central part of the bun looks like an asymmetric toroid with a central core size, this, and a small ellipsoid length, this, with a large ellipsoid length, that, and an analog, a toroidal structure formed along the orbit of the Earth in the center with the sun. Okay, so he has this model here. This is the thing that's come out, and they're saying that the toroid has a pinch. Okay, well, we've seen these pinches before. I don't know what. So he's saying one side is longer than the other. I have to look at this a little bit more. So when I translate this and do a proper translation, and I'll work with Shishkin to work out what the complicated parts here. I think this is the atom nucleus here, and so forth. So this is the torus model of the empty shell, Magnetohydrodynamic radiation cluster, according to the thermoelectric electrodynamic model of Kurolaser. According to the model of Kurols, the surface of the shell of the atom, like the surface of the empty shell, consists of a inductor capacitor grid where L is the elementary inductance and C is the elementary capacitance. Therefore, a toroidal shell has lost its core, and the string vortex soliton topology is capable of capturing electrons and ions, turning them into current coils. Therefore, a toroidal shell that has lost its core and string vortex soliton topology is capable of capturing electrons and ions, turning them into current coils. Okay. So, by using a relativistic discharge like Adamenko, or using a Tesla disruptive generator like Tesla or John Hutchison, or discharges through a high-intensity discharge lamp like John Hutchison did, you could create a load of these Magnetohydrodynamic radiation, which is automatically a cluster of cold neutrinos, and that these, when they're back in their toroidal bun-like shape, they can capture electrons and ions. The number of inductor capacitor elements on the shell is 10 to the 15 pieces. The number of LC elements on the shell is 10 to the 15 pieces. Wow. The charge of the electrons and ions accumulated by the shell is practically not manifested, since most of the time they are in the current turns of the shell, and the shell itself behaves like a Dirac monopole. There we go. In the case of destruction of the Magnetohydrodynamic radiation cluster charged with electrons and ions, hereinafter referred to as charge cluster, okay, electrons and ions are released, and the potential energy of the shell, according to calculations of Dubovik, more than 100 gigaelectron volts, is transferred in the form of kinetic energy mainly to electrons. All of the above statements are made not only on the basis of theory, but to no lesser extent on the basis of experimental data, some of which are presented in 17 and 18. Preliminary conclusions. Conclusion 1. It has been experimentally established that when interacting with X-ray films, Magnetotoroelectrical radiation clusters in the form of string vortex solitons drill out microcraters on the surface with a gimlet of a soliton, the diameter of which is directly proportional to the atomic number of the substance from which the cluster was born. The coefficient of proportionality established by us experimentally is equal to this times the atomic number, with an error no worse than 5%, where A is the atomic weight of the substance. Not atomic number, atomic weight. Registration of microcraters on X-ray films came from various sources. From hydrodynamic generator, as per our ultra experiments. From bodies of revolution made with various materials, titanium, cadmium, etc. And they've also referred to bismuth here. From materials irradiated with gamma radiation. From gamma sources 60 cobalt and 137 cesium. So here at this point, I'm going to say something. If you were to detonate a nuclear bomb at the Trinity site in 1945, that would have created a vast swathe of these structures that would have formed a pulse, and that pulse would have impinged upon the coherent condensate of relic neutrinos, that it would be felt through the entire universe simultaneously. Any species that will have been advanced enough to realize how nature worked would have been using this technology for fast communication between solar systems and galaxies. Therefore, they would have detected this pulse, and if they had more than one habitation location, which you would imagine they would do if they were communicating using this technology, they had two, I would argue 3 locations. They would probably have been able to triangulate from where this pulse came. That would have alerted these species using this communication technology that a nuclear event had occurred on the planet from which the source came. And that would have allowed them to consider, should we go and investigate what's going on over there? By exposing a high voltage pulse, plus or minus 590 volts, to a photodetector located in a flat capacitor from corona streamer discharge reactor. Okay. In the case of string vortex soliton action on thin film sensors, short signals should be observed. To test the hypothesis, in September 2015, studies were carried out on the impact of string vortex solitons generated by a reactor with a corona streamer discharge on a sensor. An accelerometer, 20 by 20 millimeters, with a built-in amplifier. The sensors are used when measuring acceleration in the range from 0G to 100G. Sensor sensitivity is 20 millivolts per G. During the tests, the sensors were placed inside a duralumin box with D16T plates, 1.5 millimeters thick. Photo 11 shows a fragment of the oscillogram from a sensor located on a metal cabinet, steel wool thickness 13 millimeters, at a distance of 70 centimeters from the reactor flask located inside the cabinet. The signals were digitized by an analog to digital converter with a clock frequency of 2 megahertz. The duration of the individual signals turned out to be much less than 1 microsecond. Taking into account the nature of the effect of the string vortex soliton on materials and detectors, we conclude that one of the main damaging factors of the radiation effect of ionizing radiation on materials and biological organisms is Magnetotoroelectrical radiation in the form of string vortex solitons. When interacting with semiconductors and detectors of ionizing radiation, short pulses will be recorded which are considered to be instrumental noise. According to our assumption, a plexiglass radiator in the experiment of Cladova registered string vortex solitons. So this is not noise, this is string vortex solitons, is what they're saying. Traces, so they actually have something here where they are looking to, I guess, sense, hold on. To test this hypothesis, we, in 2015, we used an accelerometer. Now, what does an accelerometer do? Doesn't an accelerometer kind of be able to test changes in inertia? Doesn't it? But the accelerometer is static, and they are producing pulses of string vortex solitons that are firing out something. And the something is condensed cold neutrinos or relic neutrinos. Interesting. So, conclusion 2. Traces on photographic plates in the form of umbrellas, birds, photos are left by MagnetoToroElectrical radiation clusters during destruction. As a rule, the destruction of the cluster occurs at the moment of cessation of mechanical contact between the surfaces of the photographic plate and the plastic bag, and or between the surfaces of 2 or more X-ray films. If such clusters are destroyed in a gas discharge capacitor, then anomalous current pulses should be observed. Okay. We registered such signals using a coaxial capacitor, which was used as a corona neutron counter, an SNM14, from an excitation generator with a frequency of this, this, and this. The intrinsic capacitance of that is about that, and they did these calculations, and they had it biased with 630 volts, and so on. If you connect LEDs instead of load resistance, then flashes of light are observed. So this is their radiation detector, because he's saying that the cluster of packed more than 2 times 10 to the 12 electrons into itself. So if you connect LEDs instead of a load resistance, then flashes of light are observed. And so they see these signals and blah, blah, blah. On some SNM14 specimens, signals with anomalously steep leading edge, less than 10 nanoseconds photos blah, blah, were recorded, which confirms the hypothesis about the decay of charge clusters in the emission of accelerated electrons. Okay. Okay. The difference in the duration of the fronts of the decline-rise signals in photo 16 and 17 compared to the fronts of signals in photo 18 and 19 is explained very simply. Since the clusters in photos 18 and 19 accumulated electrons 40 to 60 times more than the clusters in photos 16 and 17. Therefore, firstly, the average kinetic velocity imparted to the electrons during the decay of the shell will also increase by 40 to 60 times. And secondly, such a large charge of a cloud of electrons will be stretched by both the anode and the cathode. To verify the fact of the appearance of accelerated electrons during the destruction of charge clusters, a separate experiment was carried out, the geometry of which was shown in photo 20, an opaque package with 2 X-ray photodetectors. So essentially what they're doing here is they are verifying a lot of things that Ken Shoulders was saying. And Shishkin does give credit to Ken Shoulders. The total exposure was carried out for 116 hours. After developing the photodetectors on the photodetector closest to the surface of the SNM14 stripes were found in the form of tracks, geometrically coinciding with the detector cathode. Figure 4 shows the visually visible stripes and their geometric dimensions. The transverse dimension is 2.3 centimeters, is slightly larger than the outer diameter of that, which is okay, so this is the capacitive plate. This is the photodetector. These are the marks. These are the positions of the marks, and these are the blown up positions of the marks. And the fact that these are the structures, the pits that are observed in and around these areas. And so what they're doing is they're using this field to show the acceleration. Due to the fact that no X-ray traces were detected on the far photodetector, taking into account the thickness of the packet and photoplates, we estimated bremsstrahlung energy in the range of 5 keV to 10 keV. The experiment carried out fully confirms the hypothesis that the destruction of charge clusters gives rise to accelerated electrons. Okay? So they're basically saying that you are effectively creating high energy acceleration. So because they only had, what did they have here? They only had a few hundred volts. They only had a few hundred volts, and yet they're getting 5 to 10 kilo electron volts on their emissions. Okay. In order to make sure that the neutron detector registers non-neutrons for comparison with AIT signals, we present the typical signal. So this is a normal neutron signal from the neutron detector, which is biased differently. When registering in thermal neutron at a voltage of 630 volts, the signal from the alpha particle could be registered. And here's blah, blah, blah. Our conclusions are confirmed by the discovery of Our conclusions are confirmed by the discovery of the US experimental physicist Ken Shoulders, who in the late 1980s and early 1990s of the last century issued 5 US patents for the technology of forming high-density charge clusters. In his opinion, these charge clusters are not plasma. They are not plasma. They are not plasma. They claim a special state of matter called by Shoulders electrum validium, but he changed it to, at that time it was, but we know it as exotic vacuum objects, which can be translated to strong in unity, in experiments with pulsed high voltage generators on his simplest devices. Shoulders achieved stable production of charge clusters, carefully studied their behavior, calculated specific parameters of clusters, outlined a number of areas of application, and most importantly, found that during the lifetime of a charge cluster, it releases much more energy than goes into its generation. I think we'll take the whole lot there. In particular, the charge cluster exists in the form of oscillating spherical monopoles, or as electronic plasmoids with discrete energy levels, or as solitons, electromagnetic containers. The characteristic size of the cluster is 0.1 microns, so 1 centimeter cubed of space contains up to 10 to the 15 clusters. 10 to the 8 to 10 to the 11 electrons and 10 to the 3 to 10 to the 5 ions are packed into each cluster. When one charge cluster is destroyed with the ejection of accelerated electrons, similar clusters locally located nearby will be destroyed with a certain probability. Unfortunately, the storage oscilloscope digitizes the signal for a very long time, about 3 seconds, so only the last signal is stored instead of the burst of pulses. If the signals are recorded by a pulse counter with an amplitude above a given threshold, then such a device will collect statistics in packs of 3 to 6 pieces. I don't know quite what that means, as described in 2. Based on this, we made an important conclusion. Kladov registered not neutrons, but charge clusters exploding near the detector. This is what I've been trying to say to the NASA group. They are using electromagnetic sensors. They are using scintillators for detecting neutrons. They are not seeing neutrons. I don't believe they are seeing neutrons. They think they're seeing neutrons. They're not seeing neutrons. What they are doing is they are firing from a beamline into a conversion target to make gamma rays and high energy rays, and they're saying that that is causing the fusion, but it's not, because that exact process is what Bogdanovich at Moscow Nuclear Physics Institute uses. He uses that exact process to create these birdies, which are these string vortex solitons, and we know that gamma rays from cobalt-60 and cesium-137, according to Shishkin here, produces these birdies. And the birdies can do the work of doing the nuclear reactions that are being observed by the NASA group. Okay. In his conclusion, I guess, Claudio was not alone. In his delusion, i.e. that was producing neutrons, Claudio, I guess this is Kladoff, was not alone. Many researchers, both before and after him, recorded strange neutron bursts. Well, they weren't. For example, in the work performed by Yaroslavsky, describes the registration of corona counters of strange bursts of neutrons, up to 10 to the 6 neutrons per fraction of a second, during a rheological experiment of rocks saturated with deuterium. In 1989, the well-known work of Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons was published on the observation of neutron bursts in the process of cold nuclear fusion of deuterium in an electrolytic cell. To verify the results of their research, in April 1989, experiments were carried out at the Joint Institute of Nuclear Research, this is in Dubna, with palladium and titanium cells. According to the conclusion of the authors, the probability of this implementation under experimental conditions is extremely low. One of the authors of this work, Shishkin, as part of the group of experimenters, participated in the studies and was responsible for neutron detection. The experiment lasted several days, and during this time, short shots of integrated neutron counts were observed several times. However, the authors of this considered them to be a failure of the equipment and did not include them in the report. So there we go. The neutrons for Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons weren't real neutrons. They were, in fact, these things, and the process is caused by these clusters. Traces of strange radiation and similar short bursts of neutrons were recorded in experiments on the electric explosion of titanium foils by Rudskiev. 10 years later, the same group of researchers published the results of an electric explosion of titanium foil in solution of uranium salts. It was noted that signals from the neutron detectors differed significantly in amplitude and duration from the signals during the registration of thermal neutrons from a Californium calibration source. Okay, so basically they weren't getting real neutrons when they were exploding foils, deuterated foils, compared to a Californium calibration source. We assert that in all the above experiments, including Pons and Fleischmann, neutron detectors recorded signals from exploding charge clusters. That is what is said by Matsumoto in 1995. You can read it in here, but it basically says you get fake signals in your monitoring equipment. We assert that basically a low intensity of generation of charge clusters. So at a low intensity of the generation of charge clusters, the repeatability of experiments will be poor, as noted in the review. Our conclusions are confirmed by the facts of flash registration of neutrons and gamma quanta by detectors located on the surface of the Earth. In Triotsk, before the start of volcanic eruptions in Iceland in 2010, in 1 minute, the excess of neutron background by 15,000 times. In Kamchatka in 2012, before and during the earthquake off the coast of Indonesia 2004, Chile 2010, and Japan in 2011. And again, we claim that the researchers registered the emission from the Earth not of neutrons and gamma quanta, but of charge clusters formed in the Earth's crust during powerful tectonic compression of the Earth's crust. Okay, so basically these ball lightning that you would see during volcanic events and during earthquake events, also mentioned in here, okay, are caused by charge clusters due to these intense compression events of the Earth's crust. Photos 5 and 10 show characteristic traces left, in our opinion, by charge clusters on photographic films in paper bags. In this case, during the movement, the cluster is destroyed in stages, losing part of its vortex shell on the cellulose fibers of the paper bag. So 5 and 10, what is he talking about? I don't know. Are we missing it here? Or anyway. Right. In photos 6 and 7, tracks from the movement of collapsing charge clusters respectively. La la la. Okay. I think I'm missing some bits of this paper. But anyway, it might have been the bits where it was repeating itself. Let's try to explain X-ray traces in photo 2. The cassette was located la 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 la. Accelerated electrons produce X-ray bremsstrahlung, which is recorded in there. To explain the mechanism they suggested here is an unknown radiation, which they called as shock cavitation waves. It follows from the experimental data in the unknown radiation was high penetrating power. And there's cavitating water jet here. X-rays. La 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 la. Okay. Conclusion 3. According to the model proposed by the authors of this work, there are the following mechanisms of element transmutation. During the interaction of spiral wave string vortex solitons consisting of background cold neutrinos with nuclei. Let us refer to the independent research of the Russian scientist Alexander Parkhomov, who describes the registration of unknown cosmic radiation and notes that the radiation has the properties of neutrino flows that are part of dark matter. This is proved by the author's experiments on the effect of this radiation on matter, in particular when this radiation was focused by a zone plate onto 204 thallium beta source. The decay rate of the radioactive isotope increased. The zone plate was a brass disc, 100 millimeters in diameter, 5 millimeters thick, with grooves 4 millimeters deep, the radius of which was determined by the formula indicated in the work. We are convinced that Alexander Parkhomov registered string vortex solitons coming from space, essentially, is what that shows there. The same mechanism can be behind almost twofold decrease in the radiation intensity of plutonium beryllium, a neutron source located near the Kladov cavitator, since the interaction of string vortex solitons generated by the Kladov cavitator with plutonium atoms change the channel of its decay without emitting an alpha particle. The nucleus after the loss of the shell quickly loses energy. At a high concentration of nuclei that have lost their shells, the mechanism of their droplet fusion is possible. Okay, at a high concentration of nuclei that have lost their shells, the mechanism of their droplet fusion is possible. Okay. When the shell is lost by a radioactive nucleus, the probability of its decay increases sharply. It has been experimentally established that the transformation time half-life of the parent nuclei of rhenium-187 rhenium into osmium-187 osmium and iodine-129 into xenon-129, which are 7 times 10 to the 10 years in a neutral atom and 2.3 times 10 to the 7 years, respectively, in a fully ionized state of atoms, are 14 milliseconds and 11 milliseconds, respectively. So basically, when you have a fully ionized atom, these things decay basically instantaneously, or 14 milliseconds and 11 milliseconds. It should be emphasized that with the complete ionization of rhenium and iodine nuclei, they lost, first of all, their field shells. Okay. Because they're basically saying the electrons interact with these cold neutrino condensates, and so they must lose their field shells first before they can be fully ionized. Conclusion. The authors do not pretend to the completeness and accuracy of the proposed model of the atom, since they do not have the possibility of comprehensive experimental verification of their hypothesis. However, the experimental data presented with this work indicate a new type of penetrating radiation has been registered, which is one of the main damaging factors of the radiation effect accompanying ionizing radiation on materials, electronics, and biological organisms. In conclusion, we note once again that apparently the first researcher of new radiation was Charles Glover Barkla, Nobel Prize winner in physics in 1917 for the discovery of characteristic X-rays of radiation elements. Okay, so are you still with me? What I'm saying is that basically the ether is cold neutrinos, axions, dark matter, and we've already discussed how this dark matter can be interacted with by this toroidal moment. And just to where is that? In that paper here. Here. So recently, and this is from 2015 in is it Nature Communications. Recently, an Arnipol was suggested as classical model of elementary particles describing dark matter in the universe. The toroidal modes and an analog dynamic anipoles have been demonstrated in the microwave part of the spectrum. It generates no field outside but may possess non-zero blah 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 blah. However, the interactions of nucleons with static cosmic field and an axion dark matter field can also give rise to static oscillating nuclear anipole moments respectively. But basically, when you take this information in the round, the toroidal moment can interact with these particles. They can cohere them, condense them, and I believe that is part of what's going on in these processes. And you'll recall this description here from this anipole. With an appropriate phase difference and oscillation amplitudes, destructive interference takes place. The combined source does not radiate electromagnetic fields. However, the scalar and vector potentials associated with radiation of these dipoles do not cancel, but instead propagate to the far field. Hence, a non-radiating configuration acts as a source of electromagnetic potentials, but not electromagnetic fields. The physical significance and detectability of these potentials are not established. But this here is almost identical to Ken Shoulder's 1986 book, 1987 book, EVA Tailored Discovery, in his description of what an exotic vacuum object is. Okay, so where are we in our schedule of events here? Okay, so it's probably about time. So if you were doing your homework and you listened to the two videos by the sadly departed Mark McCandlish. Mark McCandlish gave his story in those videos. I won't go into them, but you can go back to the remoteview.icu blog on this and watch those. I was part of a round robin email last year when he was talking about these things. And that it was very sad to hear that 2 months before he gave his Senate testimony, it would appear that he took his own life. You know, these things seem to happen, don't they? So anyway, so this was his drawing. So thank you, Mark McCandlish, for doing this. And over here we see the Vimana. Okay, so we are going to look at a pattern that he refers to in his work first, and then we're going to look at another one that was referred to by Ron Keeter during that video that Mark McCandlish spoke on. Okay, so the pattern I'm referring to here is the May 30th, 1967 J.F. King Jr. And it was filed September the 30th, 1964. So Dubovik, who is co-author on the paper that I just read, was working in Dubna in 1963 and had published his paper in an international journal in 1965. Is it related? Is it all around the same time? Was everything kind of coalescing? Is it one of these moments in time where everyone's starting to realize the same thing? Anyway, has this kind of conical base and this upper area here. I haven't really read this pattern, but basically there is this corona discharge, I think, coming from here. Like John Hutchison used these corona rings. And these are potentials down here, which are controlled for a phase angle here. You can see they have these capacitors that change the phase angle, and they have a voltage source here. Okay, and it shows how you vector by changing the phase angle on these things. So it's Magnetohydrodynamic propulsion apparatus. The technological field of magnetohydrodynamics, frequently referred to as MHD, is concerned with the study of dynamic effects of magnetic fields upon electrically conducting fluids, a prime example of which is plasma. The term plasma has been variously defined as space-charged neutralized ion cloud containing substantially equal numbers of positive ions and negative electrons. Well, we're not talking about that, but anyway. A polyphase excited moving magnetic field of such a character that currents are induced in the surrounding ionized plasma field, which constitutes a mobile fluid conductor, and the conductor medium is propelled by the moving magnetic fields to produce reactive thrust for propelling the craft. Heretofore, arrangements have been disclosed for propulsion of craft by establishing a high electric DC potentials between spaced conductors or electrodes, and thereby generating ions or generate charged particles which are electrically attracted in a selected direction, and through collision with air molecules create a propulsive force. Examples of such arrangements may be found in US patents, this one and that one by Hagen and so on, and this one to T.T. Brown. These devices, however, rely on the generation of migration of ions by means of high DC potentials between the spaced electrodes, providing the action force at least predominantly in a selected direction and a consequent reaction force on the device in the opposite direction pursuant to Newton's third law of motion. This is different here. Okay, it says this is achieved by providing a series of electrical conductive inductive driving rings or coils spaced along reference axis, along which the craft is to be propelled. The driving rings are excited by polyphase high-intensity AC currents generated by suitable source within the craft and applied to series of rings in a manner known in the art. For example, the linear motor catapults, electric guns, electrohydraulic pumps for conducting liquids and the like, to produce a moving magnetic field of varying intensity, wherein the point of maximum flux density travels progressively from the leading end or top of the craft to the trailing end or bottom of the craft relative to reference axis, then switching back to the leading end and repeats the travel. If the aircraft is not designed solely for travel in a natural environment of highly electrically conductive medium, an air ionizer is provided at the leading end or top of the craft to highly ionize the air surrounding the craft to provide a surrounding field or cloud in which eddy currents may be induced by the magnetic field generated by a series of driving rings. Such a traveling field, when acting upon by surrounding conductive medium serving as a conductor, generates and induces eddy current therein and induced current flowing between finite particles of the atmosphere making up the conductor. So anyway, to cut a long story short, I'm not buying it that this does the solution. I don't think it's sufficient personally, but it certainly looks like something that might be similar. So basically they've got the ionized particles and it's going around like this. Okay, is how I read it here. Okay. So that is the patent that Mark McCandlish refers to. Now, in that 2020 early Tim Ventura APEC meeting, no one mentions toroidal dipole. No one. Unfortunately, it never. I didn't know about it to be able to share it with Mark. I wish I had. It would have been amazing to have his view on it. But when you are looking at this so-called flux liner here, these capacitor plates, there's several properties to these which we'll discuss later, but the one thing that stuck out for me is that there are 48 of these, and 48 turns out to be exactly the number of segments in a D4D, 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 D4D fractal structure that I derived from looking at the Hutchison fracture sample. And the reason this is if you have less than 48 segments in a D4D structure, then you have gaps between them. Now, you've seen that nature actually fills those gaps, but it's not really optimal. And if you have more, I've never seen more than 48. So it kind of technically, if you use the 3D model that Peter S. or the parametric 3D generator that Peter S. made that works in Blender, which you can download from remote view in one of the Bagel updates. If you can, I think you can get 51, I think, but basically there's no gap between the fields. So you can imagine there needs to be some gap between there, because otherwise, if you look at the model of John Archibald Wheeler, between those electrical structures, there is a magnetic field. And you can imagine if there's no gap at all, then they would just blow apart. And that, I would suggest, is exactly what happens. And so the fall off is very, very fast with that, but I don't think it is non-zero. There is a distance over which it falls off. And so for me, you have a toroid that is being produced here that is being controlled. And I think what's relevant in this patent here is this phase angle part of the process. Okay, so they're doing the phase angle on here, and you can imagine that they're changing the potential going down here in sequence. And you can imagine that that is occurring here. And by controlling the phase here and in blocks with some sort of distributor cap type affair here is how I imagined it. That's how I imagined it the very first time I saw this, and that's apparently what was going on. You can change the phase angle, and then you would end up by doing what we are talking about here in this paper, where you have these hypertoroidal moments, and you are changing the segments around here on whether they're pulling up or pulling down. So you have the overall fractal toroid, but you're stressing different parts of it. So if you stress on one side more than the other, you vector in a direction like that. If you have it going round one way, you might go down, or if you do this kind of thing, you might end up being just like quantum locked. It's like it doesn't move. It's neither up nor down. And if you really want to make the whole thing shielded, you really pump it up to the max. Okay, so your aspect ratio of your structure. So I think we can learn a lot from this. We know that nature is creating these toroids. It's creating these rough toroids. It's creating these. We know certainly it's creating a horn torus. Now the Spindle Taurus. We know certainly. I've shown you that our experiments have shown that it's creating a Spindle Taurus. This is very, very, very important for why you have particular materials in the central column. It's very, very important. You're going to find out why. And you're also going to find out that this also explains why certain things work with John Hutchison, why certain things have been working in our Vega experiments, why certain things work in the Celani wire experiments, why certain things work in the Fralick, palladium, silver experiments that were shown by NASA at ICCF 24. Those two last experiments I'm going to be using as focal points for my presentation to the Russian community, but maybe before the end of the week I might go into those. But there's specific things you will learn about that in the next 40 minutes or an hour. It's incredibly critical, but it's another patent that's going to give it away. Okay, so let's go back where were we? We were looking at what we were looking at. So this phase angle here. So, you know, whatever's going on with the rest of the apparatus, I think it's going to become clear. I don't know whether lead would have stopped soft X-rays. This material here might have had something similar on it as well, and they would have stopped the soft X-rays. It wouldn't stop the strange radiation, but thanks to the work of the Joint Nuclear Research Institute in Dubna, we now have a method to shield ourselves from this radiation. The same radiation that probably would have caused Grebennikov his cancers, the same radiation that caused Ken Shoulders, that caused Yuri Bajatov his cancers. We can protect ourselves from that. There is another thing we need to protect ourselves from, and it's relating to the inertia. Now, what I've just showed you, they had an accelerometer used as a detector for the output of this radiation. That is telling you that it's kind of like an inertial beam. It's an impact, okay? There's a physical impact there, okay, of these condensed cold neutrinos. All right? Non-charged things causing some kind of detectable impact. Okay. All right. So, the first of the two people that I want to point out in that video with Mark McCandlish on Tim Ventura's YouTube. It was actually on Jeremy's on Jeremy's YouTube channel, Alien Scientist YouTube channel, is this statement by Ron Keeter. Ron Keeter is one of these characters, and I sympathize with him, because when I'm speaking to the uninitiated in all of the things that I blather on about, it's extremely difficult to know what to say so that you can actually impart some information sufficient so that there's any meaningful understanding by the third party. Yes, we are 5 years into this process nearly of working through Oday, and we've got to this point. You can't say this in about 5 minutes, but Ron Keeter steps in at one point in that session with Mark McCandlish, and he says, oh, you've got to be looking at this patent and this patent by this chap called William Wallace. And because I respect Ron Keeter, and because I've watched him trying to say some things, and he's a real expert in his field, and because I saw this thing with Dubovik, with the fact that the benzene ring can be used to create this toroidal moment, it then kind of, I kind of said, I have to listen to what he's saying. So I slowed down the video, I picked out what he was saying, and I went and looked at one of these two patents. The other patent might be equally as enlightening, but I'm going to work through this now. And this is a real moment here, and it kind of brings all these different things together, and it's literally mind-blowing what you're about to witness here. So we are in a patent that was submitted in 1968. Okay, so you have this patent that is submitted 1964. This one is submitted in 1968. And what we know is that, according to Mark McCandlish's interview, the very, very first photo of an ARV was in 1966. So, and what apparently this guy Wallace worked at General Dynamics. He worked, I think, at Boeing, and he was awarded this patent. And this guy was awarded this patent, right? And we know that Dubovik came up with this theory sometime between 1962, 63 and 1965. And it was published in 1965. So was there some spying going on? Was it spying that helped Dubovik? Was Dubovik helping these guys? Or just was it this moment in time where these things were solved by multiple parties? Don't know. But it was only after Dubovik's paper that this patent came out by Wallace and was awarded. Okay, so what is it? And we're going to go through it. It has several very detailed drawings and very spinning members here and so on. Okay, and he's got some moments calculated here and here. Right, so you have something in here, 52, which looks like a liquid, and you have something very sturdy here. But this overall structure that you're seeing here, absolutely 100% to me, looks like a horn or even a Spindle Taurus. Yeah? This overall structure, it's a cross-section through this structure. Again, this structure here looks like a Spindle Taurus. Okay? Certainly a horn Taurus, if nothing else. Okay? Right. You ready? I'm going to read it all. It's not that long. And I'm going to highlight things as we go. Method and apparatus for generating a secondary gravitational force field. Abstract of the disclosure. Apparatus. Oh, you know what? This is going to be tough because I haven't got this. Okay. I'm going to have to, bear with me, talk amongst yourselves, and Corky, this is holy wow. When you see where this is going, it's going to be utterly mind-blowing. But for right now, I need to export this into images and then re-import it so that I can do a OCR on it, so then I can select the text. So just give me a sec. Right. Give me a second here, please. Okay, is this going to work? Okay, this is going to work. So I can now... Let's see if it's actually got the right language. Okay. All right. I'm going to go and have a visit to the boys' room. I'll be back shortly. I decided that it's better to get it out there than be perfect. So, you know, these last 4 weeks, they've not been perfect. I'm sorry, but I think people can do a lot with minimum viable product. And this probably is the minimum viable product. Okay, so hopefully you've been able to go out and download this pattern yourself so you can follow along. If not, I will obviously give you the link. So, abstract of the disclosure, apparatus and method for generating a time-variant non-electromagnetic force due to the dynamic interaction of relatively moving bodies for transforming such force fields into energy for doing useful work. The method of generating such time-variant force fields, including the steps of juxtaposing in field series relationship a stationary member of a spin nuclei material. Spin nuclei material. Okay, is that going to work? Spin nuclei material. Right. What do we mean by that? We'll find out. And a member capable of assuming relative motion with respect to said stationary member as characterized by spin nuclei material, initiating relative motion by rotation of said one member with respect to the other, which rotational motion may occur both about the axis within the plane of said other member and about an axis perpendicular thereto, whereby the rotational moment of said one member about the axis perpendicular to the plane of said other member results in the dual interaction of the angular momentum property of said one member with the internal inertial space and also with respect to the angular momentum property of said other member, thereby resulting in dynamic interaction field arising through gravitational coupling, which dynamic interaction field is further characterized by its non-electromagnetic nature and its mass proximity and relative motion dependency. Dual interaction through gravitational coupling with non-electromagnetic nature in its mass proximity, relative motion dependency. The rotation of said one member about the axis within the plane of said other member, further resulting in an undulation of the dynamic interaction field with said other member, which in turn gives rise to a secondary time variant gravitational field in the surrounding space. Right. Note. I've noted down cadmium and bismuth here as fast rotating bodies that Shishkin and the team at Dubna, the Russian nuclear city, where they produced these Magnetotoroelectrical clusters, Magnetotoroelectrical radiation, the string vortex solitons, these string vortex solitons that can capture charge and ions and become these charge clusters, but these string vortex solitons that are a condensed cluster of cold neutrinos. So high spinning metals can do this, okay? And they chose cadmium and bismuth. Okay. The rotation of one member about the axis within the plane said other member, further resulting in the undulation of the dynamic interaction field with said other member, which in turn gives rise to a secondary time-variant gravitational field in the surrounding space. The present invention relates to an apparatus and method for generating a time-variant force field due to the relative motion of moving bodies, which force field exhibits itself in the form of an induced secondary gravitational force. As such, this invention constitutes a continuation in part of application this, filed by the same inventor, entitled Method and Apparatus for Generating a Dynamic Force Field and bearing this number. In the practice of the present invention, it has been found that when bodies composed of certain material are placed in relative motion with respect to one another, there is generated an energy field therein not heretofore observed. This field is not electromagnetic in nature, being theoretical prediction related to the gravitational coupling of relatively moving bodies. The initial evidence indicates that this non-electromagnetic field is generated as a result of the relative motion of bodies constituted of elements whose nuclei are characterized by half-integral spin values, the spin of the nuclei being associated with the net angular momentum of the nucleons thereof. The nucleons in turn comprise the elemental particles of the nucleus. Okay, so this is critical here. The nucleons in turn comprise the elemental particles of the nucleus, i.e. the neutrons and protons. For purposes of the present invention, the field generated by relative motion of materials characterized by half-integral spin value is referred to as kinematic force field. And it's not highlighting this very well. I'm sorry about that. It's not terrible, but it's not good either. Maybe I can just paint it. Can I paint it? I don't know. Anyway, that'll do. It will be appreciated that relative motion occurs on various levels, i.e. there may be relative motion of discrete bodies as well as those of constituents thereof, including on a subatomic level, the nucleons of the nucleus. The kinematic force field under consideration is a result of such relative motion being a function of the dynamic interaction of two relatively moving bodies, including the elemental particles thereof. The value of the kinematic force field created by reason of the dynamic interaction of the bodies experiencing relative motion is the algebraic sum of the fields created by reason of the dynamic interaction of both elementary particles and of discrete bodies. For a closed system comprising only of a stationary body, the kinematic force due to the dynamic interaction of the subatomic particles therein is zero because of the random distribution of the spin orientations of the respective particles. Polarization of the spin components so as to align a majority thereof in a preferred direction establishes a flux field aligned with the spin axes of the elementary particles. The present invention is in part comprised of an apparatus for polarizing its spin nuclei material, while additional means are provided to induce an alternating or undulating effect in the kinematic field so generated. Accordingly, A primary objective of the present invention concerns the provision of means for generating a time-variant kinematic field within a permeable field body due to the dynamic interaction of relatively moving bodies and the relative rotation of said generating means with respect to the permeable field body. This is going to be very important. What does he mean by that? Okay. The kinematic force field finds theoretical support in the laws of physics, being substantiated by the generalized theory of relativity. According to the general theory of relativity, there exists, that should be an error, there exists not only a static gravitational field, but also a dynamic component thereof, due to the gravitational coupling of relatively moving bodies. This theory proposes that two spinning bodies will exert force on each other. Heretofore, the theoretical predictions have never been experimentally substantiated. However, as early as 1896, experiments were conducted in an effort to detect predicted centrifugal forces on stationary bodies placed near large, rapidly rotating masses. The results of these early experiments were inconclusive, and little else in the nature of this type of work is known to have been conducted. It is therefore another object of the present invention to set forth an operative technique for generating a measurable time-variant force field due to the gravitational coupling of relatively moving bodies. In carrying out the present invention, means are provided to enable the relative rotational motion of a first member with respect to a stationary member positioned in close proximity thereto. The construction of one embodiment of the first member being such as to enable portions thereof to assume rotational motion about an axis perpendicular to the plane of said stationary member. The effect of the rotation of said member about the axis perpendicular to the plane of the stationary member is to establish a kinematic force field in the nature of that referred to in the aforementioned co-pending application of the same inventor. The rotation of said member about the axis lying within the plane of said stationary member, resulting in the undulation of the dynamic interaction fields within said field members, which in turn induces a secondary time-variant gravitational field in the surrounding space. Accordingly, another more specific object of the present invention concerns a method of generating a non-electromagnetic force field due to the dynamic interaction of relatively moving bodies, and for utilizing such force field to further generate a secondary gravitational field. The foregoing objects and features of novelty which characterize the present invention, as well as other objects of this invention, are pointed out with particularity in the claims annexed to and forming a part of the present specification. For a better understanding of the invention, its advantages and specific objects allied with its use, reference should be made to the accompanying drawings and descriptive matter in which there is illustrated and described a preferred embodiment of the invention. In the drawings, okay, we're going to have to bring up the drawings. In figure 1, so can we do this with a split screen? Is it this one here? And maybe we can do a split screen here. Let me know if we can see everything when I do this. Okay. Figure 1. Right. Not the best. Oh dear. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to move that over there. And I'm going to move this up here. I'm going to go that there. Right, figure 1. Okay. Figure 1 shows an overall view of the equipment constructed in accordance with the principles of the present invention, including means to demonstrate the effect of the time-variant kinematic force field. Figure 2, which is... Where's figure 2? Figure 3? I see there. Figure 2, this one here, is an isolation schematic of apparatus components comprising the time-variant kinematic field circuit. Figures 3A, figure 3B, and 4 and 5. 4 and 5, I guess, down here maybe. And 6, I guess is 4 and 5. Figure 3. Show the details of construction of the generator and detector assemblies of 1 and 2. Figure 6 represents measured changes in operating characteristics of the apparatus. Figures 1 and 2 demonstrating the time-variant nature of the kinematic force field so produced. Figure 7A, this one here, 7A and B are sectioned views of various embodiments of the present invention for demonstrating the time-variant nature of the kinematic force field as used in establishing a secondary gravitational component. Before getting into a detailed discussion of the apparatus and steps involved in practice of the present invention, it should be helpful to an understanding if the present invention of consideration is first given to a certain defining characteristics thereof, many of which bear an analogous relationship to electromagnetic field theory. A first feature is that the kinematic field is vectorial in nature. The direction of the field vector is a function of the geometry in which the relative motion between the mass particles takes place. The second significant property of the kinematic field relates to the field strength to the nature of the material in the field. This property may be thought of as the kinematic permeability by analogy to the concept of permeability in magnetic field theory. The field strength is apparently a function of the density of the spin nuclei material comprising the field circuit members. Whereas the permeability in magnetic field, the field strength is apparently a function of the density of the spin nuclei material comprising the field circuit members. Whereas the permeability in magnetic field theory is a function of the density of unpaired electrons, the kinematic permeability is a function of the density of spin nuclei and the measure of magnitude of their half-integral spin values. As a consequence of this latter property, the field may be directed and confined by interposing into it denser portions of desired configuration. For example, the field may be in large measure confined to a closed loop of dense material starting and terminating adjacent a system wherein relative motion between masses is occurring. So we need a dense material that has high nuclear spin. A further property of kinematic force field relates to field strength to the relative spacing between two masses in a relative motion with respect to one another. Thus, the strength of the resultant field is a function of the proximity of the relatively moving bodies such that relative motion occurring between two masses, which are closely adjacent, will result in the generation of a field stronger than that created when the same two relatively moving bodies are spaced further apart. So you need the things that are rotating close together. As mentioned above, a material consideration in generating the kinematic force field concerns the use of spin nuclei material. By spin nuclei material is meant materials in nature which exhibit a nuclear external angular momentum. This includes both the intrinsic spin of the unpaired nucleon as well as that due to the orbital motion of these nucleons. Since the dynamic interaction field arising through gravitational coupling is a function of both the mass and proximity of two relatively moving bodies, then resultant force field is predictably maximized within the nucleus of an atom due to the relatively high densities of nucleons, plus the fact that nucleons possess both intrinsic and orbital components of angular momentum. Such force fields may in fact account for a significant portion of the nuclear binding force found in all of nature. It has been found that for certain materials, namely those characterized by half-integral spin value, the external components of angular momentum thereof will be accompanied by a force due to the dynamic interaction of the nucleons. This is so-called kinematic force, which on a macroscopic basis exhibits itself as a field dipole moment aligned with the external angular momentum vector. These moments are of sufficient magnitude that they interact with adjacent or near adjacent spin nuclei field dipole moments of neighbouring atoms. The latter feature gives rise to a further analogy to electromagnetic field theory in that the interaction of adjacent spin nuclei field dipole moments gives rise to nuclear domain-like structures within matter containing a sufficient proportion of spin nuclei material. Although certain analogies exist between the kinematic force field and electromagnetic field theory, it should be remembered that the kinematic force is essentially non-responsive to or affected by electromagnetic force phenomena. Okay, so this is a force that is due to spinning stuff that has no relation to electromagnetic forces. Okay? Sounds a lot like toroidal moments, doesn't it? This latter condition further substantiates the ability of the kinematic field to penetrate through and extend outward beyond the ambient electromagnetic field established by the moving electrons in the atomic structure surrounding the respective spin nuclei. It looks like he's trying to create what is termed an Arnipol, but on a macro scale. As in electromagnetic field theory, in an unpolarized sample, the external components of angular momentum of the nuclei to be subjected to a kinematic force field are originally randomly oriented such that material exhibits no residual kinematic field of its own. However, establishing the necessary criteria for such a force field affects a polarization of the spin components of adjacent nuclei in a preferred direction, thereby resulting in a force field which may be represented in terms of kinematic field flux lines normal to the direction of spin. Normal to the direction of spin. Yeah? So we're spinning around here. Normal to the direction of spin. Normal to the direction of spin. The fact that spin nuclei material exhibits external kinematic forces suggests that these forces should exhibit themselves on a macroscopic basis and thus be detectable when arranged in a manner similar to that for demonstrating the Bonnet effect when dealing with electromagnetic phenomena. In the Bonnet effect, and this happened like at the turn of the 1900s, a long iron cylinder, when rotated at high speed about its longitudinal axis, was found to develop a measurable component of magnetization, the value of which was found to be proportional to the angular speed. The effect was attributed to the influence of the impressed rotation upon the revolving electronic systems due to the mass property of the unpaired electrons within the atoms. In an apparatus constructed in accordance with the foregoing principles, it was found that a rotating member, such as a wheel, composed of spin nuclei material, exhibits a kinematic force field. The interaction of the spin nuclei angular momentum with inertial space causes the spin nuclei axis of the respective nuclei of the material being spun to tend to reorient parallel with the axis of the rotating member. This results in the nuclear polarization of the spin nuclei material. With sufficient polarization, an appreciable field of summed dipole moments emanates from the wheel rim flanges to form a secondary dynamic. With sufficient polarization, an appreciable field of summed dipole moments emanates from the wheel rim flange surfaces to form a secondary dynamic interaction with dipole moments of spin nuclei contained within the facing surface of a stationary body positioned immediately adjacent to the remote rotating member. So I don't know, like you had a spin aluminium disc and you spun that at a high speed and you had some, I don't know, stationary body, like, I don't know, maybe some thick copper coils. Oh God, what am I talking about here? Am I talking about? Hold on a minute. Am I talking about this? Am I talking about an aluminium disc here, spinning very fast? Aluminium being a spin nuclei, and this next to some stationary nuclei, like, oh, I don't know, these copper rings going around here. That's interesting, isn't it? Wow. With sufficient polarization, an appreciable field of some dipole moments emanates from the wheel rim flange surfaces to form a secondary dynamic interaction with the dipole moments of spin nuclei contained within the facing surface of a stationary body positioned immediately adjacent to the rotating member. That is what we're looking at here. Mark McCandish said that this is a high spinning aluminium disc. That, as you will see, this is, if it was aluminium, is a spin nuclei, and we'll look at that. And we have copper, apparently, rings going around here, many of them, spaced and so forth. And they are stationary spin nuclei. Spinning spin nuclei. On the outside of the spin nuclei, you have stationary spin nuclei. When the stationary body, composed of suitable spin nuclei material, is connected in spatial series with the rotating member, a circuitous form of kinematic field is created, the flux of which is primarily restricted to the field circuit. Wow. So we're going to get, in our structure here, we are going to get a kinematic force located in a circuit that's going around this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. When the stationary body composed of a suitable spin nuclei, like copper 63 and copper 65, both spin nuclei, is connected in spatial series with the rotating member, a circuitous form of kinematic field is created, the flux of which is primarily restricted to the field circuit. There we go. This is a field circuit here. It's a field circuit because the flux goes through the spin nuclei. Okay. If now means are provided to periodically reverse the direction of rotation of the wheel with respect to the facing surfaces of the stationary body positioned in the immediate proximity thereto, then the resultant time-varying kinematic field generates or induces an accompanying time-variant secondary gravitational field. Okay, so what were we talking about earlier? What were we talking about earlier in this paper here? It was saying that if you change the electric field, you get the toroidal moment changing its spin rotation. Relevant? Relevant? Maybe? If now means are provided to periodically reverse the direction of rotation of the wheel with respect to the facing surfaces, blah, 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 blah. Don't know. Doesn't quite follow, but perhaps this might help to get around it by being able to switch the electric field. How would you switch the electric field? How could we switch the electric field? Have we got an electric field generator here? I don't know. Maybe. Interesting. All right. That is to say, if the time-varying kinematic field is made to undulate, typically sinusoidally, there will be induced an accompanying undulating secondary gravitational field, which is phase-related to the kinematic field. In this respect, the induced secondary gravitational field is generated in a manner analogous to electromagnetic induction theory. By properly configuring the undulating kinematic field, the resultant secondary gravitational field may be essentially restrained to or confined within an enclosed space. Well, that's what we want. Although numerous specific geometric configurations may be proposed, the necessary conditions are established in the preferred embodiment of the present invention by enclosing the kinematic field generating apparatus, including the rotational members and at least a portion of the stationary member thereof, within an enclosure, the material portions of which obey the rules concerning kinematic permeability. Right, so you have to have the rotating member inside the stationary member, which, oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, okay, it has. All right. The kinematic field, when so configured, will shield the enclosed space, both with respect to the secondary gravitational field induced therein, and with respect to the ambient gravitational field caused by the Earth and other cosmic bodies existing externally of the shielded space. That's gravitational shielding. The undulating kinematic field, which gives rise to the enclosed secondary undulating gravitational field, is effective in reducing the quantity of flux lines within the space surrounding the undulating kinematic field contributed by the ambient gravitational field, thus reducing the mutual force of gravitational attraction acting between this structure and the Earth or other cosmic bodies dependent upon their relative contribution to the local gravitational flux density. It is well known that nature opposes heterogeneous field flux densities. If the normal local flux density contributed by the Earth and the other cosmic bodies within the space occupied by and surrounding by the undulating kinematic field permeable structure were added to by the forcibly enclosed flux of the induced secondary undulating gravitational field, this increased flux density would be in opposition to nature. Although the induced secondary undulating gravitational field would cause an undulating variation of the cosmic or primary gravitational field flux lines of force to penetrate within the kinematic field permeable structure. If this undulation were sinusoidal, for example, root mean squared 0.707 value of peak reduction in mutual gravitational attraction would apply. Can we see anything worth considering? I don't know, whatever, 0.75 RMS. It's like just an oscillating. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know if we can get much from that. Means for increasing relative magnitude of the undulating kinematic field is affected by positioning a mass circuit within the induced secondary field space. The mass circuit, in linking with the undulating kinematic field circuit, results in an increase in the kinematic field and in the same sense effectively intensifies the primary gravitational field shielding. A partial parallel can be found in electromagnetic field theory, where it is known that a shorted secondary turn enhances ion saturation. The mass circuit located in the induced secondary field space need not be comprised of material having a spin nuclei characteristic. Rather, it is more important that the mass circuit have high mass density. A further desirable characteristic of this mass circuit is that it have a capability for mass flow with respect to the undulating kinematic field. Ooh, high mass density, and it must be able to do mass flow, which would basically leave you Mercury. Oh, there we go. Mercury has the desired combination of properties, and while other materials may be used, Mercury is the most effective thus far known. Mercury is the most effective thus far known. So the mass circuit located in the induced secondary field space need not be comprised of material having a spin nuclei characteristic. Rather, it is more important that this mass circuit have high mass density. Okay, so you might want to have, I don't know, you might want to have, if you were to use this principle, a load of mercury in your central column here. Interesting. As indicated above, the effective result of generating a secondary undulating gravitational field within the space enclosed by the undulating kinematic field is a relative reduction in apparent weight of the kinematic field permeable structure with respect to its apparent weight without such an undulating kinematic field. The explanation of this phenomenon may be readily conceived as caused by the generation of a field force vector anti-parallel. So not parallel, opposite to the parallel, in direction to the local gravitational field force vector. If the shielding is sufficiently effective to reduce the density of gravitational field flux lines within the shielded space to the equivalent of the ambient flux line density, there will be no net local distortion of the gravitational field flux line pattern in the space occupied by the kinematic field permeable material or the space enclosed by the kinematic field configuration. Without distortion of the local flux line pattern, the two bodies cease to mutually attract and, in effect, become weightless, one with respect to the other. Although similar in result, the technique for affecting the state of weightlessness in the present invention differs from conventional apparatus for achieving such a state of weightlessness, which is what? The latter, in general, utilize the force of radial acceleration to effectively balance the gravitational forces acting on a body. Radial acceleration. The relative magnitude of the undulating kinematic force field and the kinematic permeability characterizing the associated structure are both influential in determining the effective shielding of the kinematic field permeable structure. If the shielding is sufficiently effective so as to reduce the primary gravitational field flux line density within the enclosed space to less than that of ambient, the distortion of the local gravitational field flux line pattern of reduced flux density would result in the anti-parallel field force vector magnitudes exceeding that of that force of the kinematic field body's initial weight, i.e., the effective weight of the kinematic field permeable structure absent the generated undulating kinematic field. This condition would effectively endow the kinematic field structure with a negative weight characteristic. As a consequence, the two bodies, that is, the kinematic field body and the Earth, or other cosmic body, would experience relative motion separating one another along the local primary gravitational field flux lines, unless acted upon by other forces. The hardware required to generate and sustain such an undulating kinematic field is in part comprised of components which continue to retain a non-field energized weight during the period of field generation. Therefore, the ambient gravitational field flux line pattern within the structure will simultaneously experience zones of both reduced and increased densities. It is the average density of all the zones that determines the magnitude of the anti-parallel field force vector, another error there, in its opposition to the ambient gravitational field force vector. Bodies located within the shielded space enclosed by the undulating kinematic field will lose their weight with respect to the body Earth in direction proportion to the reduction of ambient gravitational field flux lines which are common to it and the body Earth. As a consequence of the above, the shielding, which results in a reduction of mutual attraction between bodies screened by the shielding affected by the undulating kinematic force field, does not violate the principles of equivalence. Thus, two free bodies of different masses located within the shielded space will fall within the space towards or away from the Earth with equal accelerations. Also, the force of mutual gravitational attraction of the two or more bodies located within the shielded space will be unaffected by the various degrees of shielding, although their free fall acceleration towards one another will be affected. Having now further defined the substantiating theory giving rise to the kinematic forces operative in the present invention, reference is now made to the aforementioned drawings depicting in general an apparatus embodying the defining characteristics outlined above. From the foregoing discussion, it will be appreciated that both for the purpose of detecting kinematic field forces operative in the present invention and for transforming such forces into energy for doing useful work, several basic apparatus elements are necessary. First, apparatus is needed to enable masses to be placed in relative motion to one another, which relative motion may occur in two mutually orthogonal directions. In order to maximize field strength, the apparatus should be capable of generating high velocities between the particles in relative motion. Furthermore, the apparatus should be configured such that the proximity of the particles which are in relative motion is maximized. The necessity of using relatively dense material comprising of half-integral spin nuclei for the field circuit proportion of the apparatus has already been stressed. These and other features are discussed in greater detail below in explanation of the drawings depicting an implementation of the invention. In considering the drawings, reference will be first made to the general arrangement of components shown in figures 1 and 2 as viewed in figure 1. So 1 and 2 viewed in figure 1. The equipment is mounted upon a stationary base comprising a horizontal structural element 11. I guess that's 11 down. That's 17, 12, somewhere. I think there's a horizontal bit down here. 10, somewhere. 11. No, that's 17. Maybe that is 11. Don't know. Anyway, somewhere there's something horizontal, which rests upon poured concrete, precast concrete pilings not shown, or other suitable structurally rigid material. It should be made clear that at the outset that the stationary base, although not critical element in its present form, nevertheless serves as an important function in the subject invention. Thus, the stationary base acts as a stabilized support member for mounting the equipment, and perhaps more significantly, the horizontal portion thereof is of such material that it tends to localize the kinematic force field to the kinematic force field generating apparatus proper. This latter feature is discussed in more detail below. The surface uniformity of the horizontal structural element 11 also facilitates the alignment of equipment components in the reduction to practice embodiment of the present invention. The layer of shock absorbing material not shown in blah 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 blah. Shown mounted horizontal structures, lower portion, I'm going to skip through a bit of this. The lower mass member is not confusingly associated with the blah, 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 blah. An upper mass member 13 is positioned, upper mass member 13, that's 14, 15, 13, this upper mass member here, upper mass member, this one here, is positioned in mirrored relationship with member 12, this is member 12 down here, and separated somewhat to provide two air gaps there between. These are the air gaps. The lower and upper mass 12 and 13 function as a field circuit members in relationship to generator 14, this one here, and detector 15 here, with respect to one of said two gaps. The spatial relationship of the generator 14 here, the detector 15 here, and the mass members 12 and 13 here and here is such to form a kinematic force field series circuit. Okay. All of the material members of the field circuit are comprised of half-integral spin material. For example, the major portion of generator 14 here, the detector 15 here, as well as the upper and lower mass members 13 and 12 are formed of a particular brass alloy containing 89% copper, of which both isotopes provide a 3/2 proton spin, 10% zinc and 1% lead, as well as traces of tin and nickel. The zinc possesses one spin nuclei isotope, which is 4.11%, in abundance, and likewise the lead also contains one spin nuclei, which is 207, and that's 22.6% in abundance. In order to gain an estimate of the apparatus size, the upper mass member 13 has an overall length of this and that. Right, so the important thing here, mostly, is, for example, the major proportion of this, and what I'm saying here is going to become very important when we start looking at some of the observations in experiments like the 10 yen coin with the Amasa gas and the brass that was affected by in the Vega experiments, and a Vega experiment that you're going to see soon, which is just mind-boggling what's actually happened. And I believe that Henk Uren has effectively demonstrated this, but also demonstrated several of the things that are going on in these systems, but also something very similar to the Hutchison effect. And effectively, it's all the same thing, actually. So the brass alloy is very, very important here. Okay, and this, I believe, a lot of the reasons why brass does so many interesting things is because of what we're noting here. Okay. It will be seen that by far the constituents of the mass members are such. So basically 89% is copper, which is 2 spin isotopes. It will be seen that by far the constituents of the mass members are such as to satisfy the criteria of half-integral spin nuclei material for those apparatus parts associated with the field, and the use of non-spin nuclei for those parts where it is desired to inhibit the field. Accordingly, all support or structural members, such as the horizontal structural element, 11, I guess it's this 11 here, consist of steel. Steel is not, well, mostly it's not spin nuclei. The iron and carbon nuclei of these structural members are classed as no spin nuclei and thus represent a high relative reluctance to the kinematic field. Oh, okay. This is interesting, isn't it? The iron, not I-O-N, I-R-O-N, and carbon nuclei of these structural members are classed as no spin nuclei and thus represent a high relative reluctance to the kinematic field. I'm going to drop this in here right now. What do we see being produced? We see spheres. We see spheres of iron and oxygen. And then outside that you see silicon and oxygen and calcium and oxygen. And out from the center you see these plumes of carbon. Go and look up the spin nature of all of those elements that are often seen in LENR. Why? Why are they being produced? Supports 16 are provided to accommodate the suspension of the upper mass member 13. Okay. The supports 16 here and here are of steel, the same as the horizontal support element. So these are not materials that are producing these flux. The high relative reluctance of steel to the kinematic field minimizes the field flux loss created in the field series circuit. So this is the field series circuit, I guess around here, of members 12 and 13. 12 and 13. So there's a flux going around here. The generator 14 and the detector 15. The loss of field strength is further minimized by employing high reluctance isolation bridges at the point of contact between the lower and upper mass members 12 and 13 and the structural support members 11 and 16. Shunt losses within the apparatus are in general minimized by employing the technique of minimum mass contact, the use of low field permeability material at the isolation bridges, or blah blah blah. Okay. A number of techniques were developed for optimizing the isolation bridge units, including carbolic cones and spherical spacers, as depicted blah blah blah. Figure 2 is presented, figure 2 here, is presented in rather diagrammatic form. However, the diagrammatic configuration emphasizes that it consists of rotatable member, blah, 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 sandwich, blah, blah, blah. The wheel, okay, not so relevant here. Okay. The detector 15 is a similar configuration, la la la. A pair of light emitting and light sensing elements 20A and 20B, respectively shown in figure 1, in operation. Okay, no, not really very useful to what I want to say. Compressed air or nitrogen is used to drive the generator and detector wheels. In this respect, the compressed gas is directed against turbine buckets, I guess on here. So that's how they're making it work. Position of the generator in the implementation of the okay. I have some notes on another thing over here if my computer hasn't died. I want to see if there's anything else I wanted to say. Don't know. I think that is most of what I wanted to get out of this. No, if it. Okay. Proceeding now to an explanation of the operation of the embodiment of the invention thus far disclosed, it will be appreciated that in accordance with the theory of operation of present apparatus, with the generator wheel is made to spin at rates upwards of 10 to 20,000 revolutions per minute. That's quite quick. Effective polarization of spin nuclei within the wheel structure gradually occurs. This polarization gradually gives rise to domain-like structures which continue to grow so as to extend their field dipole moment across the interface separating the rim 21 from the pole pieces 23. From the rim to the pole pieces. So I guess this isn't here. Rim to the pole in this case. Different apparatus here. Secondary dynamic interaction of gravitational coupling increases the field flux lines around the kinematic force generating assembly, thus resulting in ever-increasing total nuclear polarization of half-integral spin nuclei. Secondary dynamic interaction of gravitational coupling increases the field flux lines around the kinematic force generating assembly, thus resulting in ever-increasing total nuclear polarization of half-integral spin nuclei. The non-electromagnetic forces so generated within the subject apparatus are primarily channeled through the high kinematic permeability material, defining the series field circuit of the apparatus. The fact that the high-speed rotatable wheels of both the generator and the detector assemblies are capable of being positioned in series aiding or series opposing relationship facilitates the determination of the effective influence of the energies generated in one another. The detector, when carefully balanced on its knife edges, is shown in figures 3A and 3B. Here. Okay. Exhibits oscillation periods of 11 seconds. When the wheels are energized, okay, la 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 la. This is just talking about the experiment. Okay, that's just getting more details about the experiment. References now, okay. Figure 7. Reference is now made to figure 7, which discloses an apparatus constructed in accordance with the principles of the present invention for generating a time-variant secondary gravitational field. This apparatus is a mere modification of the apparatus of figs 1 and 2, wherein the detector assembly 15 has been removed, and the supplementary means are provided to mechanically implement the rotation of the generator assembly 14 about the axis perpendicular to the plane of the paper. So into and out of the paper. This almost looks like a gear, a motor gear, and another gear up there. These supplementary means are in the nature of an auxiliary motor 36, yes, this one here, auxiliary motor 36, having a drive pulley 38, this drive pulley down here, adopted to spin the generator assembly here, about an axis normal to the plane of the drawing, so normal to the plane of the drawing, unless it's around that way, might be around that way, anyway. Normal to the plane of the drawing. Blah, blah, blah. Where did I get to? Normal to the perpendicular to the plane. This supplementary means the nature of the auxiliary motor 36 having a drive pulley about the axis, normal to the plane of the drawing, and coincident with that of the shaft. I guess maybe around that way. 30. And where's the shaft? 30. Yes, the shaft is 30. So this is going round in this direction. The shaft 30 carries a pulley 40, this one here, which is driven by the motor and the pulley assembly 36 to 38 by way of conventional drive belt. The wheel 21 of the generator assembly is driven in the manner outlined above, namely means of source of compressed air not shown. The supporting assembly depicted in figure 7 is partially sectioned form as a member 44. 44 is where... this one here, partially sectioned, which is provided to position the generator assembly 14 in the discontinuous spot. The kinematic field generated within the apparatus of Fig 7 upon energization of the wheel 21, this wheel here, is directed in an enveloping fashion about its generator, being confined in general to the shell. The cross-sectional thickness of the shell along equipotential lines must be equal in order to ensure a homogeneous field within the structure. So, okay, if now the spin rate of the wheel 21 is made to vary, or if the generator assembly 14 is made to rotate about the axis defined by the shaft 30, a time-variant secondary gravitational field is induced in the toroidal space 46. And the toroidal space is this space here, this toroidal space. The secondary gravitational field undulates in a sinusoidal manner with undulating kinematic field confined to the series mass circuit. Since the kinematic field in the dense mass circuit 44 has been restricted through permeability into the enveloping shell about the generator 14, it follows that the induced undulating secondary gravitational field is likewise restricted primarily to the okay. A hollow ring member 48, this thing here, is positioned within the toroidal space 46, this toroidal space, and supported there by a series of fine steel wire spokes. Okay, so the steel wire spokes are here. They don't form part of the kinematic circuit, and this is the hollow toroidal member. Secured to the ring and other outer port 50, secured to the ring and the outer portion of the inverted core housing 44, preferably along points of equipotential of the kinematic field. So along this central line. Within the hollow ring 48 is contained a dense fluid such as mercury, depicted in figure 7. So this is spinning around in here at a high speed, and within the center of this circuit there is also this which is fixed at this equipotential point here, and inside there it has this fluid, metal dense fluid, mercury. Alternatively, the ring fluid combination may take the form of a single solid mass. In the latter event, the mass circuit would be supported on bearings, facilitating its rotation about an axis common to the axis of generator wheel. in order to permit mass flow or rotation of the mass circuit under the influence of the alternating secondary gravitational field. The shielding effect by design considerations of the toroidal shell with respect to the primary gravitational field reduces the inertial parameters of mass acceleration within the toroidal space in proportion to the ambient gravitational shielding effect. With reduced inertia, la la la. Okay, so I think you get the idea. Now, what was the other point I wanted to say here? Dear. I think I'm going to move on to what I want to say with regard to Lena, but I need to search out one particular word here. Right, it wasn't too far away. Also indicated in the embodiment of Figs 7a here, and 7b is the orientation of the flux within the mass circuit, the latter being constructed preferably of bismuth. It should be understood that the direction of flux within the mass circuit reverses with each reversal in the orientation of the equivalent pole pieces. Okay, so here they are using bismuth because it is dense, but it's also a spin nuclei, a high spin nuclei. So this is a different embodiment, but you could create a spacecraft that has a toroidal shape, and it has this kinematic flux, which I would argue is this relic neutrino condensate flux going around here, and it's traveling within the spin nuclei. I don't know if it's said twice. It's only there. Okay, so yeah, so in this case we have Mercury in here, but you can have alternative arrangements. You know, one can be the other way round from it, and in this case you have bismuth. So and this is forming the circuit, as it were. Now, I believe that these are effectively generating high frequency gravitational waves, and I think there's a lot of commonality in genesis between this and the Salvatore pi patterns, if you look at the spinning components in that. And when we know that from the Dubner team's work, that if you have a cone of bismuth and cadmium here, and you spin them at very high speeds, like in the tens of thousands or 5,000 or 10,000 RPM, the cone will be producing what he's saying here, but that is actually creating a toroidal moment in the same way where Podkletnov is having a superconducting magnet and he's spinning that round extremely high speed, and that is creating this beam of something that can punch and travel at 64 times the speed of light and so forth. And so you're getting a lot of these common aspects. Now, in the case of a superconduction, you know, you've got a half spin thing going on there. But the important thing for me is that in the ultrasonics, you're spinning something very fast, okay? And both a proton and oxygen, as you will see, sorry, the proton has spin, okay? So as electron has spin. And if you're spinning that round, you're creating something that I believe is creating this toroidal moment, and that is able to cohere the spin of relic neutrinos and of electrons and so forth, and cohere this matter. And so you're able to capture matter from the cosmos and cohere it into other matter. And I actually have somewhere something by Shishkin or Dubovik, and I need to dig this out, I haven't got it here today, where they are literally talking about conversion of matter from one to the other. Okay, so anyway, that was this patent by one Henry Wallace. And I think I have to thank Ron Keeter for bringing that up during that session with the late departed author of this wonderful ARV, so-called alien reproduction vehicle. Right. So I'm now going to talk about Lena and how that fits in, if I've got any energy left. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff with respect to Lena. And I'm going to go back to, where is it? Okay, so right. Oh dear, where's that gone? No. All right, well, we go here. So in Vega, we have this what I call extreme cluster mining. And if you recall, this is brass, and the brass has another piece of brass on top, but this particular one had a lot of the action underneath it. And this had potassium hydroxide on it, under it, and that has some important aspects to it. And what am I talking about? Well, if you recall, we also had the iron plate, and above that we had the brass plate at a distance, and we had this two yin-yang type structure, and they were forming this flux loop that went across. And let me dig out that for you, so we can, where is it? Do I have it somewhere to hand? Oh, falling asleep now. Where is that? It's on that one, isn't it? Ah. Give me a second. Ah, no, can't remember my name that I gave it. What did I give it? Oh dear. well, let me just do this then. If you recall, we had the piece of metal and it had a thing coming through and going down the other side. And I just can't find out. I can't remember because my brain's failing me at this time of night. I'm trying to remember where I put that. This is not my normal sort of speedy response. Okay, all right. So how does this play with Lena? Well, high spin elements. About 2 years ago, maybe 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, I asked Philip Power to add spin to the MFMP's reaction calculator. So if you go to nanosoft.co.nz here, and you go to, I'll zoom in here so you can see it a bit better maybe. Maybe not that far. And you go to show element data here. I can go to a particular element. So for instance, hydrogen here, you can see that all isotopes of hydrogen have spin. And deuterium has the highest spin. So if this is to interact with material, potentially hydrogen isotopes would be a good one. But Lena likes to produce helium. And helium-4 is the isotope of helium it seems to produce the most of. And it has null spin. Lithium, both isotopes have spin. Carbon, basically almost all of carbon is carbon-12 and it has no spin. Oxygen, Lena likes to produce oxygen, and oxygen 16 and 18 have no spin. Magnesium, Lena likes to produce magnesium. 24 and 26, no spin. Aluminium, good Lena fuel. It has a spin of 5/2 plus, so that's 2.5. Silicon, most of silicon, that's 28 and 30, has no spin. Sulfur gets produced in Lena. 32 and 34, no spin. Obviously, noble gases don't have any spin. Potassium 40 has a -4 spin. A -4 spin. Okay? Calcium. Calcium, which is mostly produced in Lena, almost all of it has no spin. Iron, almost none of it apart from the rare isotope 57 has no spin. So what you're seeing is the iron doesn't get eaten, carbon doesn't get eaten, and I believe this because it can't interact with it in the same kind of way that it does with spin nuclei. And it's not just that. Is it interacting with the nuclei, or is it interacting with the electrons, or is it interacting with the cold neutrinos in there? Whatever. Iron, carbon, all of these elements, they seem to survive this process. So the high spin elements that we see are 27 aluminium is 100% 5/2 plus. 40 potassium is 4 negative, and this produces beta. Niobium, which I've not used before, but anyway, it's 100% 9/2 spin, plus spin. Indium, it's just a piece of magic. I selected indium because Alexander Parkhomov said that these relic neutrino condensates, the strange radiation, is able to cause a beta decay. I chose it because when I was working with wanting to go and test a Mars gas, I thought it might be something similar to HHO, and everyone that had tested these HHO gases always went for high melting point elements like titanium or tungsten. And I thought, well, I got a suggestion that maybe it had this low gas flame temperature. And if that was the case, could I test it with the lowest melting point element I could find that wasn't very reactive in air? And so I chose indium for a number of reasons. One, it is a neutron moderator, and these things are supposed to be thermal neutron moderator, and these things are supposed to act to absorb things like these fake neutrons. And I've now explained that Anatoly Klimov made this public. Okay, so that his reactors only produced more than 2 times excess when he had things like boron, indium, whatever it is, is it cadmium? I think it's cadmium, and gadolinium. These are all thermal neutron moderators. And so I chose indium for that reason, and I also chose it because, like, if these relic neutrinos were going in, they would produce beta and so forth. So if I could get it to transmute without it barely melting, that would be something really special. And what we actually saw is that the indium, which was a hair thin thickness, I think it was 75 microns, that sheet, when the Mars gas flame went on it turned to like a jelly sheet, like a Hutchison effect. It was jellified. And then it also glowed incandescently bright, like a tungsten filament light bulb, so bright that the exposure of the camera went right down, so everything else in the room, the fluorescent lights went dark. But it was still intact. It wasn't falling off like you would expect it to, whereas tungsten was supposedly vaporizing, but it wasn't. It was nuclear breaking down, but in a cold temperature, relatively speaking. And so I chose it for that. But here we have the fact that it is actually a very high spin nuclei, plus it's nearly all of this beta. So accidentally, serendipitously, I managed to choose this amazing material for testing in LENR for a wide range of reasons. And this is yet another one to add to it. Now, bismuth, which they quote here, used for this kinematic flux channeling, is 9/2 negative. So like this is 9/2 positive, this is 9/2 negative. When John Hutchison pointed his ray gun at some bismuth, it blew apart. And so I think this is all the same kind of thing. Vanadium, 50 vanadium is 6+. And this is the one that ends up breaking up in the Piantelli said vanadium was being interacting with and decaying and producing a neutron. That was his observation with that. But it's one of the highest spin nuclei in the periodic table. It's only one isotope. It's 7/2 on vanadium 51. So both vanadiums are very, very high spin nuclei. Manganese been found in biological transmutation by Vysotsky in Kornilova, where they took 55 manganese with deuterium water and in a syntrophic colony of bacteria and yeast, and it produced iron 57. And so 100% of that is a fairly high spin nuclei. Cobalt, very interesting. This is interesting for a number of reasons. Obviously, it's got a very high Curie point. And so I've said that this would be a very interesting element to test because you could build up very high dense clusters with this before going through the Curie point. But copper here, 100% of the isotopes in copper are 3/2 negative. Zinc, the 4.11% referred to in this pattern, is 5/2 negative. And we've also got this one gallium, which is an interesting one, which is 3/2. Okay. Yeah. What I'm saying is, David, David's saying it needs fractional spin. Well, these are 9/2 fractional spins. This 9/2 fractional spin. What I'm arguing is that the indium was very reactive. Potassium is notoriously very reactive. And in John Hutchison's work, he typically used brass or aluminium. And aluminium is 5/2 spins positive, and the copper and zinc in brass are these particular ones. So what you see here is high spin nuclei are active in LENR, highly active in LENR. And this is also true for when you are using nickel copper systems, and this is what I'll be talking about in my Russian presentation. Nickel plays several roles, which we've discussed at length, and the copper may actually be playing different roles because of its spin nature. All of its isotopes are 3/2 spins. And in the case of the palladium silver system in the Fralick and NASA paper, you have the palladium, which is mostly plays one role, again the same role as nickel, but it also absorbs hydrogen. And the silver, both isotopes of silver are spin nuclei as well. And so I'm arguing that this actually could explain a lot of LENR observations. Yeah, so the other one is this. So I'm just going to make the slide up. Okay, this is going to be a totally messy slide, but anyway. I might have got some things wrong in here as well. You just have to... minimum viable product today. I'm 50 on Friday, so... I ain't got no more time. You can have the nice one later. So, right. So these are high spin element isotopes, and you know it might be an aspect of not being so relevant with the potassium 40 because of its beta component there. Here we have no spin element isotopes, and so 4 helium gets produced by LENR, 12 carbon seems to get produced a lot by LENR, 16 oxygen, 18 oxygen, like so most of these element isotopes are no spin nuclei. 28 silicon, 32 sulfur, calcium and iron. And so basically all of calcium and so forth. So my argument would be, essentially, is that these elements get kind of like, you have this structure, this exotic vacuum object that has this toroidal dipole, this complex toroidal dipole that can force matter into a toroid, or it can force it into a torus, a horn torus, or a spindle torus, or even a sphere. And the material that kind of doesn't get so influenced by this is the things that it tends to produce. And if you look at the ball lightning breakup that we saw on the Vega Valley Eastern Plateau, it had the elements that were observed in the Chinese spectrum of ball lightning, and that was iron, silicon, oxygen, calcium, basically. And what do we got here in these null spin? We've got oxygen, silicon, iron, and calcium. Now we know Lena produces sulfur because we saw it on the 10 yen ball, and we know we've seen carbon spewing out of the Matsumoto balls, and also our iron-rich crenellated spheres. So I get a sense that these elements... okay, thank you, Bob. David's saying, if you have not yet read it, please look at the 1980 article by Wallace, explains the spin reasoning. So David Butler is saying no spin or even high spin integer values would not react to gravity-magnetic force. Yes, so basically the matter that goes in would be spin material, but he's saying non-integer spin. So basically these would all comply except for this 4 plus, and the vanadium wouldn't apply here. But this is a beta isotope, so it would interact with dense neutrino condensates. Everything else is partial spin. Okay. But I'm saying that these things like the iron and so forth, they interact in a different way to this overall force that's occurring through spin. And so, like I say, it's a not perfectly formed thought, but what I noted was these were the elements that seem to be synthesized in our experiments in the greatest abundance. And if you take silicon, for instance, it is, along with oxygen, comprising something like 70% of the crust of the Earth, and inside you have iron, and most of the rest of it is calcium and so on, and magnesium and stuff. So it's quite a significant component of this. Okay, so I want to address now some of the things that I picked out of what was being said by Mark McCandlish in that interview. And in terms of high spin elements, he was referring to the ARV's Herxheimer quartz silicon dioxide. It was doped with uranium. And uranium is two things. It's a very dense material, which William Wallace is saying is important for this gravimassic, or gravi whatever it is, force. What does he call it? He calls it... he says it about 5 million times in his patent. I can't remember it right now. What does he call it? Kinematic force. So, yeah, the kinematic force. So this is uranium. Makes sense to dope with that if you wanted to keep this so-called kinematic force flowing through the quartz. Now, why else would you use quartz? Well, quartz is by far the highest dielectric outside of something. There's some other synthetic ones, but diamonds are higher dielectric. But it's so much higher than most other things as a dielectric. If you wanted to make something, you would use quartz. And yeah, so that's that. And then I want to talk about here. So here's some properties that he was quoting about the ARV. That it was reportedly cold around the ARVs, that they had disruptive magnetic fields on advanced versions, so they had to be on wheels and powered down to be placed in a hangar. And they he's arguing that it sourced its energy as it travelled, and it travelled faster than light. It had that capability. So I haven't done all of these slides, but I've got this one, reportedly cold around ARVs. I stated that all bosons, including photons, could be captured in my Sochi presentation in 2018. John Hutchison reported samples were cold and used equipment to cool the lab. So he told me many moons ago that he would sometimes open the lab doors and turn the equipment on to get some cool feeling of cool. And Alec Pizarro, when he grabbed a formerly glowing piece of aluminium, he touched it and left his fingerprint in the aluminium, and it was cool to touch when he touched it. And several of these systems have this, like the Sweet device apparently was cool. And so I believe that what it's doing is it's cohering these photons. Bogdanovich et al. At MEPHL showed that it could absorb visible light. So he had this water plasma discharge reactor produce these toroids, and some of the toroids were basically black, stopping the plasma light from going through them. So it looked like it was absorbing visible light. And in Freiberger's paper, he's suggesting that the coherent matter shell of ball lightning is able to absorb photons, and including thermal, one would imagine, which is IR. And in the Lockheed Martin patent, it talks about single bath thermal extraction. So why am I saying all this? Well, yeah, essentially, it was reported that around the ARVs, they were cold in the time when they were demonstrated. Now, about the second point here, that disruptive magnetic fields on advanced versions, so they had to be on wheels and powered down to be placed in the hangar. I refer to this magnetic field around this magnetic core, and I believe that it's an intense fall off, and I think we can show that by what we observed in the strange radiation coherent matter wave extreme interactions on David Boutlier's work. And within this area, the interaction is incredibly intense. And this is all diamagnetic material. This is zinc oxide and copper oxides. And so it gets pushed out of the way. So if you had some metal that was diamagnetic, it would be distorted. And inside this, it might be captured and rammed into the center. So you would have to turn these devices off when you were in the presence of magnetic materials. Okay, so that's that. Now, in terms of can source energy as it travels, I suggest that it would capture photons, as I've just said. And when you have this coherent matter and the energy is coming in, whatever energy is coming in is shared between the whole condensate. So it gets to another energy level. So it really doesn't matter what photons are coming in, but photons. Then matter conversion. So we have baryon decay from Matsumoto. So that's gravity decay. Solin is force unification. So this is electromagnetic and gravitational force inside these magnetic soliton clusters. As he says in 1992. Freiberger suggests the diality angle of the vacuum current causes decay. And then there is this 1992 CIA paper, which we will look at in a second. Then there's vacuum polarization. Could we get to a point where there's sufficient polarization that we get electron and positrons? Or is it just that when you have electrons and positrons spontaneously form, that they annihilate? And this is in the Zverblis and Nevesky work, where the annihilation causes two 511 keV photons to be captured by this closed Poynting vectors, and that effectively is 0 point energy capture. And then for me, the big one is dark matter condensation. And this is exactly what is being said by, as I understand it now, co-authors Shishkin and Dubovik, that the toroidal moment is interacting with the toroidal moment of the relic neutrinos, and this is causing them to be captured. Now, as you can imagine, if you had your ARV and it has its system of kinematic force, maybe here, and it has this system of creating a toroidal EVO, which is able to produce vectors of relic neutrino flux and condense them. If it condenses it into a point, wherever that might be, say up here or whatever, depending on which way it's polarized. If I can actually show you what I'm showing you. Then if a relic neutrino is 0.25 of an EV, according to Alexander Parkhomov, and you have an electron worth 511 keV, and that goes into the coherent matter, then you can imagine conversion of one form of energy to another form of energy, where this dark matter is converted to matter. And one might even argue that it could go further than that. Could it go and end up as real matter outside of normal electrons? You can take 500,000 electron volts and divide that by 0.25 of an electron volt, and you end up with how many you need. But if you're traveling through space and you are able to capture the 0 point energy, but you are also able to capture, you know, a small flux of and decay a small flux of baryons, or you are capturing this flux of the condensate of relic neutrinos, which is everywhere, that might excite the process, and by exciting the process, you then are going faster, and then you are capturing more relic neutrinos, which excites the process further, which means you are going faster. Now, if the relic neutrinos are the cause of inertia and so forth, then and mass is shielded, you don't have any barrier to going through that flux, and you're depressurizing continuously in front of you. So you've got a low pressure in the thing that causes inertia and would ordinarily slow you down, and you could basically go faster and faster and faster, and the faster you go, the more energy you can capture. And this is essentially exactly what is being described by Mark McCandlish, is how it was told to his witnesses of how this works, and it makes complete sense. So essentially, it kind of powers itself, and the faster it goes, the more it can power itself, and it doesn't matter where it is. Now, you could argue it could accelerate faster when it is in the neutrino sphere of a gravitational body. So bizarrely, it can accelerate faster closest to something that you might expect it to slow down, is my thinking. Now, I will refer you back to that CIA paper which I captured a long time ago, and we will talk about this here in terms of matter conversion. Let me just pick that up. And then I will take your questions. Anything you picked out of what was said by McCandlish and other people during that presentation in 2020. So let me find this. So this, firstly, is what I was talking about with John Hutchison and touching this this aluminium bar, Alec Pizarro, and leaving this finger smudge here and here in this jellified bar. I'm trying to find this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. So this is on the MFMP Steemit. It's a CIA report from the 16th of June 1992. Russian document confirming new phase of matter. 1 kilogram of iron sufficient for interstellar journey. So I first linked to this document on January the 19th, 2017, shortly after it was released by the CIA in its public searchable database. And the headline was Flight to Alpha Centauri. So it's talking about exploratory flying vehicle motion method. And in here, it talks about a saucer-shaped object. And they talk about high temperature superconductivity and an experimental unit, a fast electron flux. It emerges from an accelerator at speeds past the superconductor model, so that Mohammed's tune instantaneously jumps to the side. Even the eye cannot catch its swift motion. Now imagine a real space vehicle, Shebetnik says. Its airframe is covered with high temperature superconductor. Fast electron emitters are installed circularly around it. The charged particles will be streamlining around the vehicle, and by moving will create both a current and electromagnetic field. So the field and the current will be simultaneously induced in the superconducting layer. What will happen? The fields and the currents will blah, blah, blah. Now, he goes on, but in this, they talk about superconductivity working at 850 degrees C. And then he talks about the fact that they are extracting energy hidden in matter. It was reported that the so-called cold fusion was discovered in the United States. Then this phenomena was replicated by many laboratories throughout the world. That it was replicated, yet again, it could not be explained. And why? Simply because they were trying to find the features of fusion reactors where they couldn't be found. And we know that there's no neutrons, there shouldn't be any 3 helium. I remember the experiments vividly, even observed one from Moscow State University. Now, as you saw earlier, it was Shishkin that was involved in those experiments in Russia. A jar with heavy water, 2 live electrodes, and all of a sudden additional heat, as if from nowhere. And if its source is not cold fusion, then what is it? We call this phenomena energy conversion. And the jar itself is a primitive converter model. Water boils in it. Using the scientific language, we're dealing with a phase transition. Yet, in this case, the water particles are moving in an orderly fashion due to the electric field. And in such cases, according to our theory, phase transition results in an increased energy release. The gain is sometimes some 2.12 to 4.2 times greater than the work spent. So, talking about blah, 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 it says they extract energy from metal and directly generate electricity, which enables them to close the loop, yielding effectively a COP approaching infinity until the fuel is in a new phase. We have already found an electrical analog for the process for the so-called cold fusion process, during which energy conversion occurs. And it can be extracted not from water, but from, say, metal. Suppose you plug our converter into an electric generator. So on the output, you produce 4 times as much energy as it can generate operating in traditional fashion. You use 1/4 of that energy for generation power, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, essentially, they're saying that 1 kilogram of iron can release enough energy for an interstellar journey. And they say that the device that is the propulsion device is the device that also extracts the energy hidden within the matter. And for me, that talks to the idea of matter collapse. And then I have John Hutchison's iron bar seemingly shrinking in this particular video. So that for me needed an explanation, and potentially we had one with the work of Freiberger, and similarly with the work of Solin in matter decay, but also with Matsumoto with baryon decay as well. Okay, so that was the CIA paper. So we have, I think possibly the one that allows you to go faster than light, because you are actually interacting with the material that is in your way, is this dark matter condensation. So you are capturing it, you're using it to produce potentially electrons, and that is allowing you to create the toroidal moments that's allowing you to propel yourself forward. On a same note, in terms of what I believe is energy generation, we have the unlimited energy supposedly of the Tesla 1914 tower. And if you can imagine that you had the this is slightly inside this, and if this is a D4D torus, by the way, and this is obviously a conical structure. It's not quite the golden ratio, but anyway, if this is coming out of here and it'll come round here, this is the way that you would need it to happen to produce a toroidal moment going down and to capture the material coming up. And I believe that it had a cone on the top here because it would have this centered point of convergence somewhere up here, where it would be synthesizing iron-rich crenellated spheres from the fusion of possibly nitrogen and oxygen from the air, and that would produce a lot of energy. But it would be capturing these clusters from the air. So that is that, really. And that's probably most of what I wanted to say tonight. So I will see if like I say, this was non-optimal for me today, but I wanted to get it out the door. I believe that what we have here, for those, I called this Oday magnets and mushrooms, and this structure here, which looks like an ARV to a degree, had a failure. And the reason I put this on here was one of the people said that it wasn't, again, the person that speaking, Mark McCandlish. I looked at Ron Keita's work, suggestion about this William Wallace pattern, but it was another person, I can't remember his name offhand, but he said that he went to a Tesla conference and he was speaking to a person that was sent out to fix some problems that they were having with the ARV. He was a Tesla coil expert, and this person claimed that what was happening, there was these these destabilization of the field around the ARV, and the passengers were dying because they were basically being splatted, because they were, maybe traveling at a very, very fast speed, and then suddenly the shielding for the inertia collapsed, and they were just getting hit by what normally causes inertia. They were effectively ramming into a brick wall at whatever speed they're traveling at, which might be 10,000s of miles an hour. So you don't want that to happen. So there were problems with this, and I believe there would be problems with this. Now, the other problem that they talk about is this mercury in the center. Mark McCandlish talks about the fact that they had essentially a discharge at the bottom, and it produced a soliton, which is basically a macro EVO, and that had these brushes helically going around, and that might have been part of the distributional discharge method for the capacitor plates. But when you think about this, the mercury was in this kinematic current loop that you might want to create. The mercury, I believe, was critical. And why do I believe it's critical? I believe it's critical because if you had this flux of these relic neutrinos going through, and it turned itself into a Spindle Taurus, that might have been what might cause the people to die, basically, very quickly. Because if you had your ARV here with a Spindle Taurus going on in here, that might cut through the passengers. So having the mercury in there forces the kinematic flux, the relic neutrino flux, through the center, and so the people in this part of the structure are shielded from this. Thank you, Crypto Alchemist. So yeah, that's that. Okay, so that's another question I answered from that presentation. So I talked about these mushrooms, and this is normal one, and this is where it broke down. I spoke about the fact that this is the dark matter map at 13.6 billion years ago, and there'll be something, I suspect, something similar to that now, and that this looks remarkably like a whole bunch of mycelium, and so therefore, given the fact that I'm saying magnets are related to mushrooms in this, we've got something similar going on here, and here's another piece of mycelium looking very similar to what we see here. And that potentially these kind of, what are we looking at here? Are these gravitational bodies that are producing all these strands? And if this is the output from or input to a black hole or a white hole, or is this the output to or output from or the input to a black hole-like structure or white hole-like structure? What is this? And if these two things kind of structures were there, would they create something like this? I don't know, but these are on the Hutchison effect samples. And I spoke a bit about that. I spoke about how the gods with little g form this toroidal thing here. And then I went through a whole bunch of stuff regarding the hypertoroidal moment, which I think was the big win here, and the patent on the propulsion apparatus of William Wallace and another artist. And the key patent for me was a paper rather of the day, really, was this one on hypertoroidal moments, and how by adjusting phase of the sub-hypertoroids you can end up by creating something that has this up and down phase on here. And this reminds me something very similar to what is being referred to by William Wallace in his patent. Here is something that produces this Spindle Taurus, and there's this rough torus here. And I think we have witnessed everything bar, we've witnessed torus, we've witnessed rough torus, and we've witnessed these kind of spindle toruses, And I spoke about that by showing 2 examples here, where this is a Spindle Taurus that we observed in the Vega Valley, and this is the lemon from the center of a Spindle Taurus. So when you have a Spindle Taurus, you have an apple shape and a lemon shape, an apple shape and a lemon shape. So there's your sphere, and it's about the cross section you go through for your circle that you are rotating around the central axis. So that's the Spindle Taurus, and that's the lemon from the Spindle Taurus. Okay. So this was from another paper here. That's the apple, that's the Spindle Taurus, that's the torus. This is supposedly a spherical torus. And then we talked about the properties of ARV and how they can be explained. Right, I'm going to have a quick look and see if we've got any questions. If you have any specific questions, please ask them now, or point me to where you've asked it before. Right, capacitor plates at the bottom might be thermopile ring wedge system with canisters containing LOX as refrigerant. Rex research. Okay, that's interesting. Like I say, I don't know that much about it, so I'm not an expert on it. It's just what I see. I think yes, Crypto Alchemist. I think probably warp drive is a real thing. And happy birthday, Corky, who is 65. So on the 22nd of September, I guess, because he's giving the American convention there. So happy birthday for you, Corky, on Thursday. Okay. Yeah, I know this was a long one, and I just needed to get it out the door. I like it being long, to be honest, because there's a lot of people that can't be bothered. And they're all the people that probably want to worry about. So getting this out the door was less than perfect, but useful, I think, to get it done. Okay. Yes, D2105K. This is eating through the ether, Pac-Man style, and it's capturing that energy as it's moving forward. Listen to what Mark McCandlish says. His testimonies said to him, and I believe that this is it's like a bit like I don't think is it a scramjet or whatever, where it is. The faster it goes, the more oxygen it gets, so the more it can propel itself forward. It's kind of like, I think that's how they work, and it's a similar type of principle in this case, except you're working with something that ordinary electromagnetics cannot interact with, but this toroidal moment can. And the fact that it has 48 segments around the bottom, and that there is some phasing that you can do, everything kind of lines up, really. Join the Technicians says, yes, polarization of the vacuum will separate particle pairs. Right. What I looked into was when Mark McCandlish defined the size of the quartz separation, and the voltage that was on the capacitor plates was 1.2 million volts or 1.25 million volts, I think. You can actually see that I think it's I don't know. I had a note here somewhere about the polarization, not the polarization, the various levels of the dielectric amount of silicon dioxide is basically the highest, and I think it's something like up to 640, but diamond is like 2000 or something, and nothing else comes close really to it. So it had to be that, and I think that's sufficient to get this 1.2 million volts, and it might be 1.2 or 1.25 million volts that's sufficient to polarize the vacuum. So I don't know. But if that's the case, then if you get these electron-positron pairs, and then you can get them to annihilate, then the so-called closed Poynting vectors, in theory, will be able to capture this. So you are actually generating energy from the 0 point, literally. Okay, so M. Mescal says Searle ran cold. I think it was also the Manellis device ran cold as well. Okay, thank you. David Boutelier has referred to the other patent or article by William Wallace called Concerning Mass Dynamic Interactions. Okay. That will be helpful for my Russian conference paper. So David Bitterly is saying no spin or even spin integer values would not react to gravitomagnetic force. No, but they could interact with one magnetic in the toroidal moment combined thing, because the iron is magnetic and oxygen O2 is magnetic, and also if you have an intense flux of relic neutrinos, they could force things into a location, if you know what I mean. They actually have some punch. And if they are then encapsulating something into a volume, then that could form something as well. So right, so David, that's useful. Yeah, he's saying that the potassium 40 and vanadium 50 would not be gravitomagnetic susceptible because it's integer spin. However, they are both susceptible to some of them are susceptible. One is susceptible to the dense relic neutrino condensates in the form of potassium 40, and vanadium 50 is because it's the vanadium 50 interaction is to do with a proton colliding into vanadium 50, and so that's a kinetic reaction. Okay. Yeah, I like Red Oracle's comment here. Calcium bones with iron blood flowing in capillary action, carrying oxygen in H2O based structure. It's all very lovely, isn't it, when you think about it? I've said for a long time that I believe that we are animals that are designed to use this technology. And when you think about it, what are we predominantly made of? We're made predominantly of, other than hydrogen, oxygen and carbon, essentially, and calcium. And these are elements that are not affected by this field, this flux. Useful shockwave. So shockwave is saying, Bob, think of spin rates as frequency. Yeah. What they find is with aluminium is it's formed on subduction zones, and this is meant to be fracto fission. So iron tends to be in the center of continents, and like on the coast of Africa and stuff like that, where you have this subduction zone, you get this splitting of iron into aluminium. And so I think it's like iron 56 goes to 2 aluminium 27 plus 2 neutrons or something. And this was done by Russian researchers and then by Alberto Carpentieri, I think it is. So Albert, yeah. I have his book around somewhere. So yeah, if you want to look up any elements spin, you can go to the data on show element data on the MFMP's reaction calculator. And someone asked for gold here. Let's have a look at gold. AU, there we go. And that is 3 halves positive spin. Uranium 235, there you go. Uranium 235, 7 halves negative. But the bulk of it isn't. If you actually go to bismuth though, bismuth, it's both heavy and it is all spin isotope. There we go. Uranium, sorry, bismuth 209, 9 halves minus. Yeah, so David says, so copper gets pulled in due to gravity and magnetic susceptibility. Yeah, I believe that the shift in the material that we're seeing is where you have that intense beam of this flux, and I believe the flux actually is this relic neutrino condensates that are captured by our fractal toroids, and they are pushing that material and churning that material. Okay, I'm going to go down to the bottom. If you've got any new comments to add, any questions. Fracto fission, cool. Randall Carson needs that. Okay, yes. Got to go. Okay, so David, thank you. It's been great, and thanks for the comments. That's what we're here for. Really helpful. But I think we have a reasonable explanation for why we're observing certain things in the Vega experiments, and why inputs and outputs are occurring, why ball lightning likes to structure materials in certain ways, an explanation now for why you get toroids and spheres, and also we've seen this thing for the first time confirmed that we are actually genuinely creating spindle tori, and we have both the outer structure and the inner structure captured. And that it is the hypertoroidal moments that are creating these various forms. The webbing isn't in this case plasma, because it's not electrons and ions. It's dark matter. So it's matter with no charge. So the whole arguments about it being and it might be that these things are the things that's moving those things. It's actually the dark matter that's moving the rest of it. Yeah, so I'm like I say, my previous presentation, I was going to name it the food of the universe, or cohering the food of the universe, but I kind of left that kind of concept to this because the food is everywhere. It's all the same thing, but some places are more same than the others. It's just a higher density in certain areas, and um, of course, if you're traveling in a direction, you might not be able to capture more, then you need like more to accelerate. But if you take Podkletnov's work, he identified that the matter wave seems to travel up, and they determined, I think it was up to 64 times the speed of light that they had determined. But of course, this is the impulse that he suggested you might be able to use for communication. Now, in terms of unlimited energy, I've mentioned in the past that probably you could use. I've talked about the Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower, but you could get water and take it to the top of a mountain and let it run through a turbine, because you don't have to worry about the mass that you're shifting, because it doesn't cost you anything to shift that mass. But here's another way. You could Podkletnov talks about another one where you use the fact that this cools down an area, and then you can use it to heat something else up, and then you basically have an energy generator with a thermoelectric generator with a cold side and a hot side, and that produces electricity directly. But there's another one that I thought of, which is like you literally have like a chain going round two sprockets, one sprocket attached to the spindle on a dynamo, a generator, right? And then on one side you have non-spin nuclei in the form of a large slab of several pieces of 1 ton of iron all the way around the chain. And then you use this gravitational shielding on part or all of one side. And so one side on the chain weighs less than the other, and the chain just goes round and round and round and drives a generator. And that's it. You're basically making one side of the chain lighter all the time, and that would run 24/7. So question, any further updates on Fukushima? As noted earlier, strange news indeed. Yes, I was so shocked by it, and I wanted to get through the core things of Oday to get them out the door, that I haven't really gone into it. I was really appalled, in fact. And I have the new proposal, request for proposal, which is valid until the third quarter, I think, of this year, or the fourth quarter. I think it has to be in October. But they're basically saying now they don't want any. They only want solutions that are going to concentrate and leave them with the tritium. Of course, it's very valuable, and but it's unbelievably frustrating. There is a group out there that have developed a gas hydrate model where they are claiming that they can do the job, where they take a hydrate and then they pressurize it and then they stimulate it, and for some reason when they pass the tritiated water through, it will capture the tritium and replace the hydrogen in the hydrate. I don't know quite, but anyway, this show was telling me about this yesterday. So that will actually meet their requirement. So in the end, it really doesn't matter how it gets captured. I just don't want to see it going into the sea. It's just a real shame that had it been implemented, you can see from the work of that I read through of Shishkin and Dubovik, that various different technologies were developed and operated and replicated each other more than 20 years ago, or at least 20 years ago, for remediating nuclear waste in solution. And they were cavitation devices. There we go. And we now, in my view, understand how they work, because they do this thing. You're probably right, Rhett, but the only way to guarantee failure is to not try, and we tried. And we tried again, but then they changed the rules. Well, well, there is one spin isotope of calcium, or a couple of spin isotopes, but it's not much of calcium. The vast majority of calcium is null spin. Harry, the device that does the antigravitic effect, if we are to believe that the ARV was able to float and just sit there, and the process itself, well, you could argue that it's kind of something like quantum locking. It's basically staying there relative to everything in the universe, because it is unaffected by gravity, but it doesn't basically need... The process itself is harvesting energy. And so... I mean, if it is able, as it says, as Mark McCandlish was saying, it's producing a spark, which is producing an evo that's... if it is producing an evo, then the evo can have this energy gain that's being discussed by Shishkin in the paper that I read through. And that energy gain would be just to keep the system in this state of not being able to float, but that it's actually doing this, negating the action of gravity. And if you can capture these iron blocks and make them negate their mass on one side of a chain, it will just keep the chain going. Oh dear, I really am tired now. I'm going to go to bed. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, Harry. So Mark McCandlish mentioned it was Brad Sorensen. Yes, that's right. He witnessed the ARV, and if you look at that and the other video that I shared on remoteview.icu, he actually got it corroborated by a number of sources. So it wasn't just Brad Sorensen. Brad Sorensen was the one that gave him the initial sketch and so forth. It was later down the line, after a couple of other corroborations, he then got these photos from this army guy or whatever, who took photos, I think, in 1966 and 67. So around the same time, there was a lot of work in this area, as you've seen today, with the William Wallace and the so forth work, and the work in Russia. What's the title of the McCandlish remote view video? It was on Jeremy's. Well, you can just go to the remote view blog. It's called. He says, where did I do it? It was on the previous blog. It's called APEC number 1 with Mark McCandlish, David Alzafon, Paul Murad, Ron Keeter, and ... something like that. But if you just go to remote view and look at the previous remoteview.icu and look at the previous posting, it's there. Yeah, the APEC presentation, but it's the APEC presentation that I hadn't seen till 3 weeks ago, from early 2020. And I think that one, along with the 0 point dash, the story of Mark McCandlish and the flux liner, is a nice compliment on the two. Well done, Join the Technicians, for getting Mark to present on APIC. It's, I think, a very, very important piece of work that he managed to do there. There's another one that, yeah, there are other stories, but for me, that particular interview was important because not necessarily for what Mark McCandlish said, although there were some interesting things in there. There was two other things that I was actually wanting to see if people could notice, and that was the comment by Ron Keeter on the William Wallace patents, and the other guy that mentioned the fact that this guy he met at Tesla conference was contracted to go over to where these things were stored and solve a problem they had with the fields becoming non-uniform and causing basically people to be splattered by instant inertial changes. Yeah, I think it's a very, very good that that Mark spoke on that before he passed. Whatever the real story is behind him passing, if it's genuinely himself taking his own life, that's a terrible shame. But you know, I feel for his family and friends. Really, it's terrible. Hi, Klingon Baroness Princess Carla Nipton Hutchison. Great to have you. Well, John, I've described in this presentation, if you hadn't been following, that basically the brass samples and the aluminium samples that you have, they are spin nuclei, so they get affected much easier by this field, this toroidal moments that are created. And you can create these toroidal moments by literally spinning material. And that's one of the methods that the Russians used between 2004 and 2018 to create strange radiation, these string vortex solitons. They literally got something like bismuth or... what were we going to look at? We were going to look at cadmium was the other element that they had there, wasn't it? What's cadmium? Has that got any spin isotopes? Cadmium. Cadmium. I suspect it probably has. It's only 25% spin isotopes on cadmium. There you go. It's relatively heavy though. I would choose indium, I think, probably. Indium's 100% spin isotopes. Look, there we go. That's why I like indium. It's heavier than cadmium. and basically, these get interacted with more than iron, but iron will get locked into place, in my view, and because of the magnetic nature, the localized magnetic nature of this stuff, and it will cause it to eventually yield. I don't know. I'm eating mushroom. I've done a lot of mushroom eating the last couple of days, John. The raspberry red velvet cream cake will no longer... Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if people don't have any other questions, I'm probably going to call it a night because it is 4:08 in the morning here. And I have some things to do. I have to actually write my paper and presentations for the conference in CZ. And I have to write my abstract, which I should have already submitted, by the way, so maybe they won't accept me, to the Russian conference. Thanks, David, and thanks, and happy birthday to Corky as well. So, yeah, this was Oday, Magnets and Mushrooms, and I will be, as I said, launching a different Substack on magnets and mushrooms, and you'll find out what the magnets is all about a little bit later. And this was our flux being off-centered and causing a failure in the spacecraft blowing out of the top here in this mushroom I was looking at yesterday in the forests here. And the dark matter is very similar to the mycelium that is the actual real thing that gathers the food for the production of blooms, which are the mushrooms. And there's a mycelium here on the right, very similar looking in my view. And the Hutchison samples showing things that could be outputs or inputs to black or white holes, and again here, and could these be representative of what's going on here, given the fact that these things, these objects, appear to be able to interact with dark matter. And this is our toroidal, complex toroidal structure that is able to vortically interact with matter. And we looked at a whole bunch of stuff. And to explain these, one of the things was we proved, I believe, that we are producing toroids, spindle toroids, and spheres, and they could all be a manifestation of the way that the hypertoroidal fields interact with the core to arrange material into spindle toroids, this kind of thing, and these kind of things, and this is adjusted by an electric field, and so it's spinning one way and spinning the other depending on where the electric field is going, and that is based on these kind of things of the hypertoroids, which is essentially what we found by looking at John Hutchison's stuff. And then we talked about the properties of ARVs that I thought were interesting coming out of that. And I believe we explained the cold around the ARVs. The disruptive magnetic fields can source energy as it travels and faster than light propulsion. Basically, it goes faster. It doesn't have the barrier, the inertial and mass barrier to contend with. And therefore, and the thing that causes it to not have the inertial and mass barrier is also something that allows it to capture food to travel. And so I think we dealt with that, and also this, and there we go. And the fact that spin elements are very important, and no spin elements could be the reason why we get these elements predominantly synthesized in Lena, is because they are the things that don't get caught into it. So like when they get synthesized, they get kind of like expelled. So it's kind of synthesizing by default. And that's that really. So my paper title for Russian conference is my last slide. And at the moment it stands as Fractal Toroidal Moment-Induced Transformation Reactions, a coherent matter-driven process. Fractal toroidal moment-induced transformation reactions, a coherent matter-driven process. So that is what I wish to present to the Russian conference in October. An ARV is an alien reproduction vehicle. Harry, this on the left here. The Baroness says, the main reason we are here is because the Ravens wanted us here, and I think that's right. They control everything. It's really thanks, John, for joining us today. Really, I've thanked David and I thanked Henk, who were on the last stream, and I have to say, without your work, without allowing the project to have access to your samples, working through this and finding some concept of how this could all fit together and how your technology could be explained, just would have been impossible. And Shishkin is crediting Ken Shoulders for nailing a lot of the parameters of this type of radiation, which performs these miraculous things. And Ken wouldn't have started his exploratory journey if it wasn't for your desire to see what nature could provide you by exploring your interests. And just doing is and showing what is possible, Mr. Possible, is what you gave to the world. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that, and for everything you've shared with me and the world since you found those incredible effects. I think it's going to be a step change for capability of humans, and I look towards a very bright future for the planet and all of its things that it supports, and for the ability to travel to the stars, Star Trek style, and go where no one has gone before. Okay, so buenas noches, dobro noc, good night, buenas sera. Cheers, guys. Catch you later.